water remain uneven. And we certainly cannot afford to ignore environmental sustainability, for no growth is meaningful if it mortgages the future of our children. A truly developed nation is one in which a tribal child in Nattapadi and a girl in Malappuram, or a coastal fisherman in my own constituency, south of the great new port of Virginia, if they all enjoy the same rights and opportunities as a banker in Bangalore, a tech executive in Gurugram, or even a bureaucrat in New Delhi. Modern development must be about more than asphalt and algorithms. It's about education, it's about housing, it's about health, it's about safety, especially of women and children, and about human dignity. It's about sustainability, ensuring that growth does not come at the expense of future generations. It's about climate consciousness, ecological balance, and the imperative of renewable energy, of green infrastructure, of environmental stewardship. Modern development also demands digital inclusion, ensuring that the benefits of the information age reach the remotest villages, and that technology becomes an equalizing force, not a dividing one. Equally, development today must be equitable. It must actively dismantle the barriers of caste, of gender, of religion, of region, of language, and of class. It must empower women, not just as participants, but as leaders. It must give voice to the voiceless. It must give visibility to the invisible. And perhaps most crucially, development must be participatory, built not on mandates from above, but on consent, on consultation, on community engagement. The great Nobel Prize winning economist Amartya Sen once observed, development is freedom. Freedom from hunger, freedom from fear, freedom from ignorance, freedom from indignity. And that is where the CCC comes in. This is where I believe that the Council for Community Cooperation can offer us all a path forward. Not in grandiose proclamations, but in tireless local engagement, quiet diplomacy, and principled interventions. By facilitating dialogue, resolving intercommunal or interpersonal or any other kind of conflict, and by promoting welfare grounded in constitutional values, the CCC is doing and must do the patient, difficult work that democracy often neglects, but always depends upon. It is so easy to provoke. It is far more difficult to pacify. It is easy to divide. It is far harder to unite. Yet in choosing this more difficult path, the CCC has made itself indispensable. As Eleanor Roosevelt wrote, the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. What a lovely, lovely sentiment. The beauty of your dreams, that's what you must believe in. The CCC has dared to dream. It's dreamt of a more compassionate, more cohesive, more inclusive India. And more important, it has decided to act on that dream. Let me try and wrap this up, because I've been told that our students here have a lot of questions they want to ask, and that's why there is a mic sitting there in a chair for me to deal with that. So our final word on history. For we cannot speak of peace or harmony without an honest reckoning with our past. History is not and should not be a cudgel with which to batter others. Nor should it be a mirror that flatters only the powerful. History should be the chronicle of all our voices, recorded in song, in silence, in glory and in grief. Consider the Irani excavations on the banks of the Vaigai. What they reveal is not merely artifacts, but a sophisticated, urban, literate civilization. A chapter of Indian history written not in Sanskrit alone, but in Tamil, not in palaces, but in the streets of ancient towns. This tells us something fundamental. India has always been plural. It has always had many histories, many voices, many truths. And it is in acknowledging this complexity that we find our greatest strength. Here again, Kochi stands as an exemplar, a city where difference has been not just endured, but embraced. Not simply managed, but woven into the texture of our daily life. As Chinua Achebe very wisely said, until the lions have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. Stories are told by winners. For the longest time, the story of our history was told by the British because they conquered us, they were ruling us. Today we have found our own voice, and that applies to us here.
भाई साहब, आपने भारत कनेक्ट का नाम सुना है?
एक और सोशल मीडिया ऐप।
सोशल मीडिया ऐप नहीं, वो 700 से ज्यादा ऐप्स पे बिल पेमेंट्स पॉसिबल बनाते हैं।
ओह,
जैसे अभी किया।
ओह, बढ़िया है।
आप हमें जानते नहीं, पर मानते जरूर हैं। हम हैं भारत कनेक्ट।
क्या बोला? 700 लाइक्स और शेयर भी मिलेंगे।
हट।
Democracy that safeguard our diversity and define our shared destiny. To Murugaji and all those associated with the Council for Community Cooperation, I extend my deepest appreciation and my best wishes. May your work continue to shine brightly in Kochi, across Kerala, and throughout our great nation of India. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. The speech presented directly to the country.
UK and Germany, for everybody the US, China, and Japan. But that would not. The truth is, we cannot consider ourselves developed by segments of our population language, with failure or deprivation. We cannot obtain progress with access to health, education, clean air, safe drinking water, and we cannot, certainly we cannot afford to ignore environmental sustainability, for no growth is meaningful if it mortgages the future of our children. A truly developed nation is one in which a child and mother party, wearing mother or coastal fishermen in my own constituency, south of the great new port of Virginia, if we all enjoy the same rights and opportunities as a banker in Bangalore, a trade executive in Gurugram, or even a bureaucrat will be ready. Modern development must be about more than asphalt and algorithms. It's about education, it's about housing, it's about health, it's about safety, especially of women and children, and about human dignity. It's about sustainability, ensuring that growth does not come at the expense of future generations. It's about climate consciousness, ecological balance, and the imperative of renewable energy. And green infrastructure of environmental stewardship. Modern development also demands digital inclusion, ensuring that the benefits of information age reach the remotest regions, and that technology becomes an equalizing force, not a dividing one. Equally, development today must be equitable. It must actively dismantle the barriers of caste, of gender, of religion, of region, of language, and of class. It must empower women, not just as participants, but as leaders. It must give voice to the voiceless. It must give visibility to the invisible. And perhaps most crucially, development must be participatory, built not on mandates for love, but in consent, and consultation, and community engagement. The great Nobel Prize winning economist Amartya Sen once observed, development is freedom. Freedom from hunger, freedom from fear, freedom from ignorance, freedom from ambiguity. That is where the CCC comes in. This is where I believe that the Council for Community Cooperation can offer us all a path forward. Not in grandiose proclamations, but in tireless local engagement, quiet diplomacy, and principled interventions. By facilitating dialogue, resolving intercommunal or interpersonal and other kind of conflict, and by promoting
എല്ലാ വിശിഷ്ട അതിഥികളെ ബഹുമാന്യരെ, esteemed members of the Council for Community Cooperation, friends, colleagues and fellow citizens. ഞാനും നമ്മുടെ ഡോക്ടർ മുഹമ്മദ് അലിയെ പോലെ ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് സംസാരിച്ച വിരോധമില്ലല്ലോ. ഇംഗ്ലീഷിലാണ് നമ്മുടെ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളൊക്കെ പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നത്. കേൾക്കാൻ ഞാൻ ഇംഗ്ലീഷാണ് എന്റെ പ്രസംഗം എനിക്ക് തരാൻ പോകുന്നത്. It is both a pleasure and a privilege to join you on this momentous occasion, the second anniversary of the Council for Community Cooperation, an organization born not of expediency, but of principle, not in response to conflict alone, but in affirmation of our shared humanity. As I stand before you today, I am reminded of the words of someone I had the great honor of meeting and spending some time with, the playwright, dissident, and former president of Czechoslovakia, the Czech Republic, Václav Havel. He said, without free, self-respecting, and autonomous citizens, there can be no free and independent nation. The CCC, by its very nature, fosters the autonomy of conscience and the dignity of cooperation, which are the prerequisites for a healthy republic. I am so pleased to acknowledge the CCC's foundational purpose. Its objectives are not only laudable but essential in today's India, just as Muhammad Ali made clear. And even more so, I would argue, in the India that we hope to shape for tomorrow through the students here. The Council for Community Cooperation was established with a clear and courageous mission to serve as a bridge between communities and a beacon of justice. I must say, when I look at the key objectives of CCC, they reflect this vision with both clarity and courage. To formulate a common platform for people from all communities to interact, communicate, and build mutual trust, to support organizations working in the fields of social security and welfare, recognizing that dignity and safety must be the inheritance of every citizen, and not just the privilege of a few. To encourage resolution through discussion and consensus on contentious social issues. For it is only through dialogue that lasting understanding can emerge. To prevent and resolve violence, discrimination, and exploitation that stem from social, religious, or cultural tensions, thereby ensuring that diversity remains our strength and not a fault line. To support individuals and organizations working for the upliftment of women, of children, of marginalized groups, those whose voices are too often silenced or sidelined. To empower people to live respectfully, to live lawfully, and to live with regard for the rights, the feelings, and the beliefs of others, affirming that freedom is not freedom from responsibility. And finally, to ensure that the rights of all religious beliefs and organizations
to practice their traditions peacefully without fear or prejudice must be respected. Thank you. For liberty is hollow without the assurance of safety. These are not abstract ideas. They are practical, vital, and urgent imperatives. The CCC has enshrined these objectives, not merely in policy, but in practice, not merely in aspiration, but in action. I see in this program that we have on the screen, peace, harmony, and national development. Peace, if I may say so, is not a passive state. It is an active construction. It is built stone by stone, not only with ideals, but with opportunity. In the long arc of history, the most enduring harmony has always emerged where people are given the tools to shape their own lives with dignity, with security, with purpose. Economic development is not merely a matter of infrastructure, of highways and flyovers and buildings and airports. It is an instrument of empowerment. It uplifts not just our GDP, but it uplifts our human spirit. It dignifies labor, expands choice, and enables the individual to stand upright in the full light of their potential. It is here that I want to pause to honor the contribution of my good friend Dr. P. Muhammad Ali, the founder of Belfar, and one of the most luminous sons of our state of Kerala. His life's work has not only laid roads across deserts and coastlines, it has opened pathways for thousands of ordinary men and women to lead extraordinary lives. In building one of the region's most respected engineering enterprises, he simultaneously built careers, he nurtured families, and he restored pride in communities. I must say Dr. Muhammad Ali has always seen development as something far greater than construction. It was a form of human liberation. He empowered the marginalized through his charitable work, but not just in charity, through inclusion. Not by offering sympathy, but by extending opportunity. I've just come from inaugurating a business school, where I told them to heed the lessons of this man has taught us all, that you must place people and not profits at the center of progress. In so doing, Dr. Muhammad Ali reaffirmed the truth that we so often forget, that a just economy is the scaffolding upon which a peaceful society rests. Today, as conflict scar lands around the world and fracture so many societies, from Ukraine to Gaza, we in India can be proud of the example of Kerala, standing steady, thanks in no small part to those who build silently, tirelessly, with foresight and compassion. Visionaries like Dr. Muhammad Ali sitting here remind us that every bridge we build, every skill we teach, every life we elevate becomes a brick in the edifice of peace. Peace is still often misunderstood as simply the absence of war or of overt conflict. Peace is not just a pause in the violence, it is a continuum of justice. Martin Luther King powerfully reminded us true peace is not merely the absence of tension, it is the presence of justice. Peace must reside not in our hearts alone, but in our institutions, in our neighborhoods, in our classrooms, and in our kitchens. It is a condition that must be nourished, cultivated, and safeguarded. True peace is possible only when there is equitable access to resources, when prosperity is not the privilege of a few but the right of all. An inclusive society, one where no group is excluded on account of religion, caste, creed, class, gender, belief. But it's not easy. as you know, if you're following the news, a lot of people have been very critical of me because of the stand I've taken supporting our armed forces and our government and what happened recently in our country and on our borders. But I will stand my ground because I believe this is the right thing for the country. And when I speak of India, I speak for all Indians, not just those who may like my party. And I believe that that's something that should apply to other parties too. I'm not only saying this to my party, I'm saying it to all parties. Put your differences aside when the nation is in peril. Because if there is no, there's a very famous line of Nehru's, which I'm very fond of quoting. Who lives if India dies? And that's a question to which there is no answer. India must come first, and then only can we all live.
Thank you very much. Now, the next question is Ms. Sahani Mahila from Deepoli High Secondary School in Bangalore, please. I'm sorry, Christy Sebastian. I'm sorry, Miss Christy Sebastian.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Shashi Tharoor, Nepal Lectures and only. My question is, how can India preserve its cultural and linguistic diversity in education while aligning with global standards for communication?
You know, the truth is that global standards were not achieved in just one language. Yes, English is the number one language universally in the sense that it is often turned out to be the dominant language of geopolitics, the dominant language of technology, and for most countries, English turns out to be the preferred second language. Whether you're a German or a Chinese, your second language after German or Chinese tends to be English because it's the most useful. So to that degree, we do, I think, need to stick to English education, and we must value English in our country because we have that legacy, and it's easier for us to build on it than, say, for the Chinese who have no prior exposure to English, and you have to make much more of an effort to even acquire some of it as a second language. So we have an advantage, we shouldn't throw it away. But at the same time, we are right to be proud of our own languages, and there is absolutely no harm in our languages also being instruments of education. There's a lot of pedagogical theory that says that children learn best in their mother tongue. So if a small child is hearing a language on her mother's lap, when she goes to school, if she's taught in that language, she will learn better and faster. So that's also important. Maybe we can start introducing English as a second language very early on, without undermining the mother tongue. But let's face it, that English is still valuable because, number one, there's so much more knowledge accessible through English than is easily available in all our mother tongues. And secondly, that in an increasingly globalized world is a language that more easily connects us to others. As I said, if you are dealing with, once you grow up and you have a job and a company, you're dealing with foreign customers or clients, the odds are you may not know his mother tongue and he certainly wouldn't know the other, but you will be able to communicate to each other in English as a common second language. So let's not lose that, but let's at the same time be proud of what we've got in our own countries, in our own country's history, heritage, and civilization, and cling on to that too.
Thank you, sir. There's a clarification. Same similar question from different students, so we are trying to avoid that. That's what the confuse the people. Okay, next question is from Aditi Deva, Chivaya Vishwavidyalaya, Bangalore. Aditi Deva.
Hello, good evening, sir. My name is Aditi Dev. I'm a third year student of BE Honors from Chennai Vishwavidyalaya. So my question is, could you please guide us students on staying informed, engaged and ethical in a time when misinformation can threaten social harmony?
It's a very, very difficult one to answer, my dear, because misinformation and disinformation are spreading widely and have been enabled by modern technology. And the great danger today of some of the technologies that have very recently become widely available, particularly through the means of artificial intelligence, is that you can no longer be sure that if you hear a recording of someone's voice, that the person actually said those words. Because you can actually easily take their voice off the internet, create a clone of their voice, and then put your own words as a script into that voice and record and release it. And then the onus becomes on that person to prove that what you have done is fake and not. It becomes a real problem. On top of that, social media has no filters, and social media has become increasingly the dominant source of news for so many people. In the old days, what you saw in a newspaper was considered more or less reliable, because newspapers used to engage fact checkers and they would double check that what they're publishing was actually correct. Social media, anyone is a journalist. Tomorrow he and I and you can all post things on the net which may or may not be true. And the problem is, sometimes a falsehood can really go viral before the truth and the correction comes out. There are so many such examples. Not a few years ago, for example, somebody published pictures of victims of a cyclone in Burma as allegedly being victims of violence in the Northeast, which then provoked people to start attacking Northeasterners, created a panic amongst Northeasterners in many Indian cities, and there was a panicky mass exodus. People were leaping on trains and going back home rather than staying in Bombay and Bangalore and Delhi and so on. And by the time people realized what was happening, the police said, this is not true. This is not happened. There's a photo of a cyclone victim in the thing. A lot of people's lives have been disrupted. People have left their jobs, their homes, and gone back out of fear, because they were being threatened on the basis of this false information. So it's not just that we get false information. False information can affect lives. There are people who have been murdered because of false stories. So it's very, very, very sad. I wish I had a magic wand to stop it, but there isn't. All of us need to be better informed. All of us need to know we can't jump to conclusions in today's age. We see something. Even I have made the mistake of condoning the death of somebody who had not died, because there was something in social media saying that she had passed away. And then she called me and said, I'm very much alive. And I said, my sincere apologies. It came to me on social media. So don't trust anything automatically. Please check and double check. Know which sources are reliable as part of education. We have to educate ourselves to know which sources are reliable and which sources are not. When in doubt, what is a reliable fact check? Well, they can be alt news, they can be fact checker, they can be different organizations whose only job is to clarify whether something is false or true. Even then we can be misled. So never take any hasty action without verifying for yourself. I mean, I've even read a chilling story recently of a father who paid a ransom thinking his son was in the hands of kidnappers, and the son's voice came to him on the telephone saying, Father, they're going to kill me, please give 5 lakhs or whatever. Or 10, much more than that, maybe a larger amount than that. The father gave the money, and the son walked in very cheerfully. He had never been kidnapped. It was his voice that they had cloned, these kidnappers. So these are the kinds of technologies available today. Never do anything without being absolutely sure, double checking and being certain for yourself.
Thank you, sir.
That's all I can say. I'm sorry, there's no simple answer.
Thank you, sir. Next question is Amana Fatima from Darul Uloom Higher Secondary School, Ahmedabad. And the question I have answered, the chief justice answered a little shorter because our question no kids students to participate. If the answer can be a little shorter, then more students can participate.
No, I'll keep the answer short because we all have to worry about time as well. Yeah.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Myself, Amana Fatima from the Uloom Vocational High Secondary School, first year student. So, it says that the richest wealth of the country is human resource. But in India, it seems that the majority of the youth are migrating to foreign countries for jobs as well as education. And how can we prevent this?
Well, I'm not saying we should prevent it, because I myself studied abroad, I came back to India, and many others have done that. There's no harm in studying abroad or going outside in order to widen your horizons, see a different world, learn a different subject. Sometimes I know that in our country, some students feel they're good enough to get into the best colleges, but 1 mark, 2 marks may be enough to prevent them getting the kind of opportunities they want in this country, and so they persuade their parents to send them abroad. I'm not against that, provided ultimately they don't lose sight of where their ultimate future lies. And I would like to believe that the vast majority of Indians will feel a sense of a stake in building a better India. I'm not against internationalism. I can't be, because I myself am a product of it, but I would like very much that we learn from the world and we bring it back to make our own country better. A better India is my slogan. Around in the middle of that.
Thank you, sir. Next is Mr. Susan Bobby from Reliance Social Media Village.
Namaste, sir. My name is Esther. I am from Bhavan Station Vidyalaya, Bolu. My question to you today is, in fact, in today's connected world, how can India harness the power of social media to strengthen its core values of peace, unity, and shared identity?
You can't harness the power of social media, because by definition social media is unharnessable. It is free. I mean, the strength of social media is that it does empower everybody's voice, including the irresponsible voices. So you would like to use social media to promote peace, that's great. But there will be others who want to use social media to promote division, to promote hatred, to promote dislike of others. That also happens. Now, it's very difficult to control everything. I know that our government has tried occasionally to restrict, to get social media companies to take down certain posts and so on. But it's a drop in the bucket. And frankly, the other side of that danger is that government should not be given the power to censor, because then they may censor not only bad things like anything promoting disharmony, but they also promote, they may censor criticism of themselves. So then our democracy gets undermined. So I'm afraid what we definitely need is to keep social media free, but we need to find other ways in which we can actually ensure that that free social media doesn't contribute to undermining our social harmony, our peace, our development, and so on. For those things, there are of course laws. Our country has laws against hate speech. It has law against incitement to violence. It has laws against anything that promotes disaffection amongst communities, and we must rigorously and swiftly implement those laws, and not just against particular kinds of victims, but against all offenders, so that it doesn't happen to widely. We'll set an example of that. Secondly, the power of the good example is the best thing. We should all look for role models who say the right things, who speak up for unity, who speak up for keeping us together, and those are the people we need to actually encourage, to follow, to support. But beyond that, harnessing is not a good thing or a feasible thing for social media, because by definition it must be open to anyone to come in and say, not just to those who are selected. The old days, if you wanted to publish your views on anything, you had to pass through various filters. You had to write to a newspaper, the newspaper editor would see they wanted your solution, then a fact checker would check the facts, and a copy editor would check your language, then the editor would decide how many words they would give you, they might cut some of your quotes, finally something would appear. That kind of process is not there on social media. So we just have to live with the good and the bad in this world. The good is the freedom to express your views and for anyone to speak. The bad is that anyone does speak, and sometimes they speak the wrong things. It's linked to the question about disinformation. We just have to ensure that the positives get more attention. Sadly, for example, the algorithms of these companies, they don't have any algorithm that says promote and boost the positive messages, the ones that speak of peace and unity. They only boost the messages that get the most interaction. So if somebody writes a nasty message and people like that nasty message, will keep getting more visibility. There's something wrong with that too, and maybe that's something we should discourage the social media companies from doing. That inflammatory content shouldn't get further enhanced through boosting by algorithms. But beyond that, I can't think of any other ways of harnessing that. I'm sorry, Emily.
Thank you, sir. Next I invite Meera Mohan from Chennai Vidyanayana.
Hello and good evening, sir. My name is Meera Mohan and I'm from Chennai Vidyanayana. And my question to you is, although India is rich in manpower, education and medical facilities, there is still a lot of brain drain going on. And how, in your opinion, can this be prevented?
So as I said in response to the earlier question, by the way, it's not just manpower, it's also woman power. It's human power. I think the brain drain is a very complex question. I would not want to prevent it because in a free society that I want India to remain, people should be free to go wherever they want to go and they should be free to come back if they want to come back. We have to make India the society that people want to come back to. So there is an onus on us also to create an India that others will want to return to. When we give them opportunities, we don't stifle them. They have already the advantage of the familiar place they've grown up in, their families, their roots, their preferred cuisine, all that is available in India. But to want to come back, we have to give them the opportunity to make a better life. Then a brain drain will become a brain gain, because many of them will come back having learned things abroad, having acquired experiences abroad, and bring that knowledge to our country. So let's have a brain gain to look forward to.
Thank you, sir. And I request Shraddha Afternoon from Balance Mutual Vidyashala.
Good evening, sir. My question to you is, how can schools and colleges promote interfaith dialogue and also be more inclusive to social harmony? And since we're hearing a lot of news reports about people being overly sentimental about religious issues, how can we do that, or how can we foster a sense of inclusivity in our schools and colleges?
Thank you, sir. That's a good question. I mean, you heard my speech, I'm sure, because a large part of my speech was precisely on that theme. I think what schools will do first of all is highlight those themes that I talked about, from our history, from our culture, from our experience, rather than highlighting stories of division, of conflict, of clashes. That's the first thing. Secondly, in our school's own existence, we should try and showcase examples of harmony across cultures. It's always wonderful when we see children of different backgrounds, different religions, different groups, actually excelling in things that actually are usually claimed by people of other religions and other groups. And we can see people performing or acting or playing or studying things that are normally associated with communities other than their own. That too sets a very good example. A third thing is in the school's own arrangement, showcase diversity. If you have children of multiple religions, make sure the student council has all these religions reflected. Make sure that you are putting up a school team in something, when of course, ability is important too, but that we choose able people from different backgrounds. So people should grow up getting used to that idea. I went to a school in Bombay and then a high school in Calcutta, where I was surrounded by children of every conceivable religion. So when I saw them all, and we never thought of each other by our religion, because in those days, my parents were from that nationalist generation that came of age just after independence, and for them, they had been brought up by heroes like Mahatma Gandhi, not to highlight differences of religion, of caste, and so on. Never did they ever mention the religion of any friend who had come home to play. Never did they mention the caste of any. In fact, I didn't even know my own caste until somebody asked me when I was 11 years old and I had to go and get an explanation. That was that nationalist generation. Sadly, it's changed now. Nowadays, people feel they can't avoid being conscious of these things, as you rightly said in your question. But even if you're conscious, let it be something that you are proud of, that's part of your history, part of your culture, but not something that you use against someone else. One of the things that I was talking about in my speech was about acceptance. What do I mean by acceptance? You know, tolerance is only part of the journey, because tolerance is at worst a patronizing idea. The tolerance king is really saying, I have the truth, you are in error, but I will generously indulge you in your right to be wrong. That's all tolerance is. But acceptance is much better. That's what Swami Vivekananda is teaching us. Acceptance says, I believe I have the truth, you believe you have the truth, I will respect your truth, please respect my truth. And that kind of mutual respect for each other has to be displayed daily. As long as we don't try and proclaim and inculcate in our children some notion of superiority over others, then we will all live together in harmony. And that does start at school. And by the way, we haven't talked about, we've talked about religion, we've talked about class, we haven't talked about gender. I believe too, from a very young age, boys in particular in our societies and many parts of Kerala, perhaps not so bad, but in many other parts of India, there's a lot of patriarchal ideas instilled in children from a very young age. We have to start teaching them from the age of 4 or 5 to respect people of the other gender, because otherwise we will grow up in a country with some of these horrible incidents of sexual violence and so on that we're hearing about. That should never be allowed to happen and won't happen if people respect each other across the gender divide. So that too is important for schools to teach.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Abhinav Kumar from Chennai Vidyalaya.
I can see the males are very much a minority in this room. Go ahead, young man.
Hello and good evening, sir.
Good evening. Hello.
Today, we Bharat is standing as a global power. How do you think India can help the world to combat climate issues, poverty and pandemics?
You know, I'm a little reluctant to go ahead with all this global power business simply because I think that implies a competition that I don't feel it's healthy for any country to indulge in. We can't be a superpower as long as there are people in India who are super poor. We have to ensure that we look after and solve our own problems first. But you're right that all the issues you mentioned require tackling. India first should tackle them at home before we can tackle them internationally. We have not fully solved our poverty problem. We've made remarkable strides, but we still have about 5% of our people living in absolute poverty, what's called multi-dimensional poverty. As long as there is even 5% of our country there, we can't really preach to others. We can help others, certainly, and we do give development assistance to developing countries that are poorer than us. But we must also give priority to tackling our own thing. Similarly, climate change. We ought to be ashamed that 17 of the most polluted cities in the world are in India. 17 of the top 20. That's really disgraceful. So before we preach about climate change to anybody else, let's fix our own problem with polluted air, polluted water, our rivers getting affected. Sustainability has to be more than a mantra. It has to be a program of action for us. And when we do all of that, only then, I think, can we truly preach to others. But we can certainly contribute to global efforts. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, we must contribute to global efforts. India set an example by helping co-lead the International Solar Alliance to promote solar energy, which is a safe, non-polluting form of generating energy in the world. If we can do that and create more partnerships and develop that, that would be a very valuable contribution. But let us, for God's sake, clean up our own air. I mean, literally, if you are a child growing up in Delhi, where I live, you will miss 5 years of your life guaranteed because of the filthy level of PM 22.5 particles in the air. And this is something that government after government has failed to tackle over decades. So we have a lot of work to do, my young man. I am all very, very, very happy about people who want us to be Vishwaguru. First, let's deal with our own challenges, and then we certainly make a contribution to the rest of the world, but we are not going to be just a leader without actually having dealt with our own solutions first.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Annie Raju John from Chennai Vidyalaya, Kannamali. Annie Raju John.
Good evening, sir. Myself is Amy Rajajan of Shashi Tharoor, Kochi. I feel honored to be here. In your opinion, what's the greatest challenge India faces in achieving both economic growth and social harmony? And how can we, as students, be a part of the solution?
There are huge challenges still, so I don't want to underestimate them. There are challenges of adequate investment of capital, there are challenges of the availability of land, of power, of water, for industry. There's a genuine shortage of jobs in our country for every young person who wants a job. There are still difficulties regarding the level of over-regulation in our country, regarding the level of corruption in our country. Let's be very honest with ourselves. We have not created yet any ideals. We are doing better in many ways, and there are many things that are admirable. We can and should applaud some of the economic development ventures that India has accomplished. Certainly, today, we are much, much less poor than we were 20 years ago, 25 years ago. There has been progress. I'm not downplaying that, but we need to make more progress before we can overcome. These are all areas we need to overcome. We need to try and create a better business environment so there can be more investment and more growth. We need to create more job opportunities so every ordinary Indian can dream of a better future for himself or herself and their children. We need to cut off a lot of the regulations that have given people the opportunity to profit from the power to permit and thereby to create corruption. We have to savagely chop corruption, which has really been a blight on our economy and on the lives of ordinary people. So all of these things have to be done, and we must be sustainable. The question about the climate, very important. We have to pay attention to that too. So all those obstacles can be overcome and we will flourish, but those are not small things. They are things that will have to take a lot of serious effort over a long period of time. I hope that your generation will do a better job of it than mine has.
Thank you, sir. So, next question, I invite Amarga Hari from Chennai College of Arts and Commerce Science to give the audience. Amarga Hari.
Good evening, sir.
Hello.
So my question to you is that private universities in Kerala remain a contested topic. Given this backdrop, how do you think they can position themselves as partners in the national growth while being aligned with the state's cross-border policies?
You know, private universities should not be a subject of controversy because the fact is that everywhere in the world, in every other state in India, and now Kerala also, until recently, except Kerala, private universities have flourished. Now, ideally, we all prefer public universities because they're less expensive to study in. So, ordinary students from a humble, middle-class family, whatever, would obviously prefer to get into a government college because the government college, the fees will be a fraction of what a private university would charge. But sometimes, the students may not feel that the government university offers them what they need in terms of either subjects or the quality of instruction, or maybe they don't have good enough marks to get into, say, a government medical college, but they have good enough marks to get into a private medical college. So all of these things govern these choices, but the choice must be there. However, what we are trying to achieve through bodies like the University Grants Commission and so on, is that at least the system, both private and public, would be aligned in terms of overall national objectives. And the objective is to create educated Indians to create a better India. I keep coming back to that phrase, a better India, because that's what we're all about. Whether you're private, whether you're public, whether you're an individual citizen, wherever you're from, whatever your origin, your language, your whole objective as an Indian is to create a better India. And to my mind, that is something which both private universities and public universities have to be committed to.
In some ways, private universities will argue that they are more conscientiously doing a better job because they are about charging money, and if they don't do a good job, people will not come and pay the money. So they have to perform. Whereas government colleges, the challenge is sometimes they may not have that same sense of motivation because teachers come, they get a salary, they do their job and go away, but they are not as subject to market forces as the private colleges are. So that's a different argument that the private colleges make. But because the law of the market requires them to do well, they will actually make more of an effort to perform better and render a better service to their students. So you can take it that way too. But certainly I'm not against education. In fact, I would argue the government does not have enough resources to give every young Indian a good education. So I want the private sector also to be involved in education.
Thank you, sir. Now, the next question is from Bhavan Sudhyananda Varakara, Mr. Harit Mohan, please. Namaste, sir. Myself, Harit Mohan, serving class 12 at Bhavan Sudhyananda Varakara. My question is, what is the vision of inclusive development and how do we ensure that marginalized communities are not left behind?
That's exactly what, frankly, every Indian government claims to be committed to. So it's in fact, an easy question to answer in that sense, because inclusive development means that no one is left behind. It means that you bring in people who've been excluded in the past, the tribals, for example, who've been beyond the purview of education and of schools, bring schools to them, educate them, give them opportunities, give them scholarships, give them chances. Similarly, for some time now, there were particular groups that were marginalized, like in Kerala, we're very proud to say everybody has equal access to education. That's true. But there are many states where, for example, we didn't have the benefit of the kind of reformist Muslim leaders we had in Kerala. And so in many Muslim communities in other parts of India, the women were not educated. They were forced to drop out of school as soon as they reached puberty. And they had to stay at home. For whatever social reasons, cultural reasons, I'm not arguing. And as a result, they became de facto educationally marginalized. We need to somehow give them opportunity. One of the ways in which we are reaching out to people like that is through the availability of online education. So they can stay at home but also be educated through online courses and so on. The other challenge is people in remote areas. For example, there are parts of Arunachal, parts of the Himalayas and elsewhere where there are no schools because it's very difficult to build the schools. And there are often not enough people living in those areas to justify the expense of building a school. And then some children incredibly walk literally dozens of kilometers every day just to get to the nearest school in the nearest town. But we need to be able to make that easier for them. We need to bring education to all these remote areas as well. And that's something too that the government is trying to do. And increasingly, online again may be the way to go, but we have to get those online connectivities established in those areas, which is also not very easy. The expense required is one thing that has prevented 100% reach. But to my mind, it's an expense worth making. Because the entire obligation of a government is to do what the market will not do. So just as you must provide a service because it is your duty to do it, it is the government's duty to ensure that every Indian citizen, whoever or wherever she or he is and lives, gets the benefits that the government gives to others who are more accessible. That's what I mean by totally inclusive education. The moment you exclude, you are doing a disservice. The private sector, which is governed by a different market logic, they will not make that effort. But the government should do that. And the government certainly has an obligation to help the marginalized. As far as I'm concerned, whether you're marginalized because of your gender, because of your tribe, because of your caste, there was also a time when Dalits weren't allowed into schools. Today, we have affirmative action for Dalits. We are encouraging Dalits to come. We give them support, we give them opportunities, we give them scholarships. That's very important. Similarly, we should offer some.
Team meeting, stress eating, calm state, fully fried. अरे छोड़ो ये पकोड़ा, भूख ना हो ना गोड़ा। 40 लाख से भी ज्यादा domestic और international hotels, कमाल के prices, करो stress की छुट्टी।
gender, tribal status, and so on. So all of those things we have to be particularly extra attentive to ensure we cover that. Everyone says that's what the government is supposed to do. It's not yet 100% achieved everywhere in our country, and that task is a priority task.
Thank you, sir. The next question is from Devan Singwal and Niranjan Kumar.
How many more questions you have, sir?
Yes, sir.
Two questions.
Yes, sir. If you don't mind,
two.
What we will do, sir, we will have two more questions. So we appreciate if we can take it. And we don't want to disappoint the other questioners. We would like to ask them to stay and take a photograph with you. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Niranjan. I am classmate. And my question is, India's GDP is among the highest in the world, but we still face major challenges in areas like healthcare, education, and poverty. In your opinion, is our economic growth truly effective if social welfare is a concern? And what steps would you suggest for improving the situation?
See, as it is, our GDP is extremely high, as I mentioned in my speech also. But our per capita income is very low. So in any case, a high GDP is partly the result of a very large number of people. But a low per capita income means that cumulatively we are not as wealthy as the total GDP implies. If we had that GDP with half the people, our per capita income would double, but that's not what the reality is. So let's not be too carried away. GDP is something to be proud of, fine, but it's not the whole answer. It's the well-being of the individual Indian that remains our priority. And therefore, one of the challenges we have to ensure is that economic growth is something whose benefits percolate to all levels. I, for example, have been an advocate of liberalization ever since the early 90s, but I've also been an advocate of social justice. That is, that the revenues that accrue to the government from liberalization should be spent on those who are left out, for those who are marginalized. Because the magic of the market will not appeal to those who cannot afford to enter the marketplace. So you need to be able to give them help. And as long as the government acknowledges the responsibility that even while it promotes economic growth at one hand, it must distribute the fruits of that growth to those who have none. Only then can we achieve social justice. So that's the way forward. You create and promote growth, you increase your GDP, but you ensure through the taxes you apply, the revenues you get, and the social welfare programs of the government, that those who are left out, those who are in the margins, those who are on the sidelines, they will be given a leg up, a helping hand. That's the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And the very last question from Saraswati School. Rose restaurant, please. After this question, I will be calling out the names of all the students who have given questions, even though they didn't make an approach to ask here. All the students, I will call out the names. Please come forward to stage and we will have a photo session with the speakers.
I'm very happy to lunch. Thank you.
Rose restaurant, please.
Namaste, sir. I'm Rose Rashad from Saraswati Vidyanagaram Public School. So my question is, according to you, what is the biggest challenge that India faces today in maintaining peace and harmony among its diverse communities?
Well, in many ways, our biggest challenge is the fact that not everybody is equally committed to peace and harmony. The problem is there are elements in our politics, in our society, that believe in promoting themselves through dividing Indians, through attacking Indians on the grounds of their religion or their caste or their community or their gender. Therefore, all the things we've been talking about the whole evening are essential for us to promote. We need to promote acceptance, mutual respect, the values of harmony, the values of unity. We need to set forward the ideals that we all talked about the whole evening, and to get those ideals into the minds and hearts of everybody in our country. Once we do that, only then, very frankly, can we be in a position to ensure that the kind of things you're worried about, which I'm also worried about, are not allowed to have the upper hand. Let me be very honest. If our politics divides then our citizens must unite. It is our collective responsibility to work for unity, to work for harmony, to work for getting us all together. And I must say our politicians do have a responsibility to promote the factors that unite us all. One challenge in a democracy is that people are competing with each other all the time for votes. And sometimes the basis of what they seek votes on can sometimes be negative. And that is why we must urge them all to respect the vital principle of national unity, which is far more important than which party is coming to power or which party is winning an election or which individual is prevailing because of which religion or caste or tribe or whatever. Let them realize ultimately that we're all in this together. In fact, since this is the last question, I'm going to end with a story from our Puranas. It's a wonderful old story, which I think is worth telling. I'll shorten it for you, because it's a typical story of a sage and his disciples. And in the original story, there are 7 or 8 disciples, and we shorten it to 2 so you get the message. A sage asked his disciples, when does the night end? So they say, at dawn, of course. And he says, yes, my sons, I know, at dawn, but when does the night end and the dawn begin? And the first disciple, who's from our snowy Himalayan north, he says, I know, he says, it's when the first shafts of sunlight glint off the snow and the ice on the peaks of the Himalayas, and the light from that is reflected around the sky. That's when the night ends and the dawn begins. So the sage says, no, my son. He turns to the other disciple, and he says, I know. He says, because he's from the tropical south, he's from Kerala probably. So he says, it's when the first streaks of sunlight illuminate the palm fronds on the coconut trees, swaying gently in the breeze above the paddy fields. That is when the night ends and the dawn begins. And the sage says, no, my sons. He says it is when 2 people from the farthest ends of our land meet as strangers but embrace as brothers. And when they look up and they realize they see the same sky, are illuminated by the same stars, and dream the same dreams. When they realize that, that is where the night ends and the dawn begins. So our country has seen many a dark night in the centuries that have passed. Let us all work together, your generation in particular, that is growing up to inherit this country. Work to ensure that we will all see a new dawn. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir. Satisfied answers? Well, even what would one you can give out? Please. ഫോട്ടോ സെഷൻ മുൻപായിട്ട് വോട്ട് ഓഫ് താങ്ക്സ് ആണ് കുട്ടികളെല്ലാം അവതരിക്കുകയും വോട്ട് ഓഫ് താങ്ക്സിനായി ഫാദർ ആന്റണി.
But it's not easy. As you know, if you follow the news, a lot of people are very critical of me because of the stand I've taken supporting our armed forces and our language and what happened recently in our country and in our borders. But I will stand my ground because I believe this is the right thing for the country. And when I speak of India, I speak for all Indians, not just those who may like my party. And I believe that that's something that should apply to other parties too. I'm not only saying this to my party, I'm saying it to all parties. Cultural differences aside, where the nation is important. Because if there is one with a very famous line of Nehrus, which I'm very fond of quoting, who lives if India dies? And that's a question to which there is no answer. India must come first, then we can go on there.
Now the next question is Ms. Savani. We will go next to Ms. please.
My question is, how can India preserve its cultural and linguistic diversity in education while aligning with the global standards from
The truth is that global standards were not achieved in just one language. Yes, English is the number one language universally in the sense that it is often turned out to be the dominant language of geopolitics, the dominant language of technology, and for most countries, English turns out to be the preferred second language. Whether you're a German or a Chinese, your second language after German or Chinese tends to be English because it's the most useful. So to that degree, we do, I think, need to stick to English education, and we must value English in our country because we have that legacy, and it's easier for us to build on it. Let's say for the Chinese, you have no prior exposure to English, and you have to make much more of an effort to even acquire something as a second language. So we have an advantage we shouldn't throw it away. But at the same time, we are right to be proud of our own languages, and there is absolutely no harm in our languages also being instruments of education. There's a lot of pedagogical theory that says that children learn best in their mother tongue. So if a small child is hearing a language on her mother's lap, when she goes to school, if she's taught in that language, she will learn better and faster. So that's also important. Maybe we can start introducing English as a second language very early on, without undermining the mother tongue. But let's face it, while English is still valuable because, number one, there's so much more knowledge accessible through English. Talking about his mother tongue, he certainly wouldn't know what else, but we will be able to communicate to each other in English as a common second language. So let's not lose that, but let's at the same time be proud of what we've got in our own countries, history, heritage, and civilization, and turn on to that too.
Hello, good evening, sir. My name is Aditi. I'm a third-year student of BA from Chennai Vishwavidyapit. So my question is, could you please guide us students on staying informed, engaged, and ethical in a time when misinformation can prevent social harmony?
It's a very, very difficult one to answer, by the way, because misinformation and disinformation are spreading widely and have been enabled by modern technology. The great danger today of some of the technologies that have very recently become widely available, particularly through the means of artificial intelligence, is that you can no longer be sure that you hear a recording of someone's voice that the person actually said those words. Because you can actually easily take their voice off the internet, create a clone of their voice, and then put your own words as a script into that voice in your build and release it. And then the onus becomes on that person to prove that what you've done is fake or not. It becomes a real problem. On top of that, social media has no filters. And social media has become increasingly the dominant source of reach of so many people. In the old days, what you saw in the newspaper was considered very much reliable, because newspapers used to engage fact checkers and they would double check what they published was actually correct. Social media, anyone is doing this. Now, we allow you to all post things on the net which may not be true. And the problem is, sometimes a falsehood can really go viral before the truth and the correction comes out. There are so many such examples. Like a few years ago, for example, somebody published pictures of victims of a cyclone in Burma as allegedly being victims of violence in the Northeast, which then provoked people to start attacking Northeasterners, created a panic amongst the officers in many Indian cities, and there was a panicky mass exodus. People were eating on trains and going back home rather than staying in Bombay and Bangalore and Delhi and so on. And by the time people realized what was happening, the police said, this is not true. This is actually not, this is not happened. There's a photo of a cyclone victim in the feet. A lot of people died and they were shot. People had left their jobs, their homes, they ran back out of fear. They were being threatened on the basis of this false information. So it's not just that we get false information. False information can affect lives. There are people being murdered because of false stories. So it's very, very, very sad. I wish I had a magic wand to stop it, but there isn't. All of us need to be better informed. All of us need to become judging conclusions in today's age. We see something. Even I have made the mistake of condoning the death of somebody who has not died. Because there was something in social media saying that she had passed away. And then she called me and I'm very much alive. And I said, my sincere apologies. It came to you on social media. So don't trust everything automatically. Please check and double check. No good sources are reliable as part of education. We have to educate ourselves on which sources are reliable and which sources are not. When in doubt, what is a reliable fact check? It can be all news, they can be fact checkers, they can be different organizations whose only job is to clarify when something is false or true. Even then we can be misled. So never take any hasty action without verifying for yourself. I've even read a chilling story recently of a father who paid a ransom thinking his son was in the hands of kidnappers, and the son's voice came to him on the telephone saying, finally, they will give me these 5 lakhs or whatever, or then we not on that, maybe neither among that. The father gave the money, so the son walked in very carefully, he had never been kidnapped. It was his voice that they had cloned, these kidnappers. So these are the kinds of technologies available today. Never do anything without being absolutely sure, never checking the needs of the yourself. That's all I can say. I'm sorry to do rules and commands.
Thank you, sir. Next question is Amana Fatima from Bangalore High School School. The question I have for an answer with the questions answered by the religious center, we have one question. What good students are participating? If the answer that is shorter, but what students can participate?
Let's get rid of all the keep the answer short because we haven't run out of time to my life.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Amana Fatima from Bangalore Vocational High Secondary School, first year student. So, it says that the richest wealth of a country is human resource. But in India, it seems that the majority of the youth are migrating to foreign countries for jobs as well as education. And how can we prevent this?
Well, I'm not saying we should prevent it, because I myself started a boy, I came back to India, and many others. There's no harm in studying abroad or going outside in order to widen your horizons, see a different world, learn a different subject. Sometimes I know that in our country, some students feel they're good enough to get into the best colleges, but 1 mark, 2 marks will be enough to prevent them getting the kind of opportunities they want in this country, and so they persuade their parents to send them abroad. I'm not against that, provided ultimately they don't lose sight of where their ultimate future lies. And I would like to believe that the vast majority of Indians will feel a sense of a stake in building a better India. I'm not against internationalism. I can't believe because I myself am a public college, but I would like very much that we learn from the world and we bring it back to make our own country better. A better India is my slogan, and I'm going to do that.
Thank you, sir. Next is Lisa Susan Bobby from Baran Social Media and
My name is Lisa. I'm from Bangalore Media. My question is in this type of view, how can India harness the power of social media to strengthen its own brand of peace, human culture, and belief?
we can't harness the power of social media because by definition social media is unharnessable. It is free, and the strength of social media is where it does empower everybody's voice, including the irresponsible voices. So you would like to use social media to promote peace, that's great. But there will be others who want to use social media to promote division, to promote hatred, to promote dislike of others. That also happens. Now, it's very difficult to control anything. I know that our governments have strived occasionally to restrict, to get social media companies to take down certain posts and so on. But it's a drop in the bucket. And frankly, the other side of that danger is that governments should not be given the power to censor. Because then they will censor not only bad things like anything promoting disharmony, but they also promote in a sense of criticism of themselves. So then our democracy gets undermined. So I'm afraid what we definitely need is to keep social media free, but we need to find other ways in which we can actually ensure that that free social media doesn't contribute to undermining social harmony, our peace, our developments, and so on. For those things, there are of course laws. Our country has laws against hate speech. It has laws against incitement to violence. It has laws against anything that promotes disaffection amongst communities, and we must rigorously and swiftly implement those laws, and not just against particular kinds of victims, but against all offenders, so that it doesn't happen to them. It's only an example of that. Secondly, the power of the good example is that we should all look for role models who say the right things, who speak up for unity, who speak up for keeping us together, and those are the people we need to actually encourage, to follow, to support. But beyond that, harnessing is not a good thing or a feasible thing for social media. Because by definition, it must be open to anyone to come in and say, not just to those who are selected. The only way is, if you want to publish your views on anything, you have to pass through various filters, and you have to write to a newspaper, the newspaper editor would see they wanted a solution, and a fact checker would check the facts, and a copy editor would check your language, then the editor would decide how many words they would give you, they might cut some of your quotes, finally something would declare. That kind of process is not there on social media. So we just have to live with the good and the bad in this world. The good is the freedom to express your views and for anyone to speak. The bad is that anyone does speak and sometimes to speak the wrong things. It's linked to the question about disinformation. We just have to ensure that the positives get more attention. Sadly, for example, the algorithms in these companies, they don't have any algorithm that says promote and boost the positive messages, the ones that speak of peace and unity. They only boost the messages that get the most interaction. So if somebody writes a nasty message and people like that nasty message, they keep getting more visibility. There's something wrong with that too, and maybe that's something we should discourage the social media companies from doing. I think inflammatory content should be further enhanced through boosting by algorithms. But beyond that, I can't think of any other ways of harnessing that. I'm sorry, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Nizam Rahman from Chennai University.
Hello and good evening, sir. My name is Nizam Rahman and I'm from Chennai University. My life lesson here is although India is rich in manpower, education and medical facilities, but we still have brain drain going on, and how in your opinion can this be prevented?
So as I said in response to the earlier question, I always thought this manpower is also human power. It's human power. I think the brain drain is a very complex question. I would not want to prevent it because in a free society that I want India to remain, people should be free to do whatever they want to do, and they should be free to come back if they want to come back. We have to make India a society that people want to come back to. So there is a rules on us also to create an India that others will want to return to. When we give them opportunities, we don't stifle them, have already the advantage of the familiar place they've grown up in, their families, their roots, their preferred cuisine, all that is available in India. But we want to come back, we have to give them the opportunity to make a better life. Then the brain drain will become a brain drain, because many of them will come back having learned things abroad, having acquired experiences abroad, and bring that knowledge to our country. So let's have a brain drain to look forward to.
And I request Shraddha Afternoon from Balance Mutual
Good evening, sir. My question to you is, how can schools and colleges promote interfaith dialogue and also be more inclusive to social harmony? And since we're hearing a lot of news reports about people being overly sentimental about religious issues, how can we do that, or how can we foster a sense of inclusivity in our schools and colleges?
Thank you. That's a good question. You heard my speech, I'm sure. A large part of my speech was precisely on that theme. I think what schools will precisely is highlight those themes that I talked about, from our history, from our culture, from our experience, rather than highlighting stories of division, of conflict, of clashes. That's the first thing. Secondly, our schools' own existence, we should try and showcase examples of harmony across cultures. It's always wonderful when we see children of different backgrounds, different religions, different groups actually excelling in things that actually are usually trained by people of other religions and other groups. So we can see people performing or acting or playing or studying things that are normally associated with communities other than their own. That too sets a very good example. A third thing is the school's own arrangement showcase diversity. If you have children of multiple religions, make sure the student council has all these religions reflected. Make sure that you are putting up a school team and something where it's of course, ability is important too. But if you choose able people from different backgrounds, so people should grow up getting used to that idea. I went to a school in Bombay, and then high school in Calcutta, where I was surrounded by children of every conceivable religion. So when I saw them all, and we never thought of each other by our religion because in those days, I was that my parents was in that nationalist revolution that came of age just after independence, and for them, they had been brought up by heroes like Mahatma Gandhi, not to highlight differences of religion, of caste, and so on. Never did they ever mention the religion of any friend who had come home to play. Never did they mention the caste. I mean, in fact, I didn't know my own caste until somebody asked me when I was 11 years old and had to go and get an explanation. That was that nationalist generation. Sadly, it's changed now. Nowadays, people feel they can't avoid being conscious of these things, as you rightly said in your question. But even if you're conscious, does it mean something that you are proud of, that you are, that's part of your history, part of your culture, but not something that you use against someone else? One of the things that I was talking about in my speech was about acceptance. What do I mean by acceptance? You know, tolerance is only part of the journey, because tolerance is at worst a patronizing idea. The tolerance thing is really saying, I have the truth, you are in error, but I will generously indulge you in your right to be wrong. That's what the whole system. But acceptance is much better. That's what Swami Vivekananda is teaching us. Acceptance says, I believe I have the truth, you believe you have the truth, I will respect your truth, please respect my truth. And that's that mutual respect for each other has to be displayed daily. As long as we don't try and proclaim and inculcate in our children some notion of superiority over others, then we will live together in harmony. And that does start in school. And by the way, we haven't talked about religion, we talked about class, we haven't talked about gender. I believe you from a very young age, boys, in particular in our societies and many parts of Kerala, perhaps not so bad, and in many other parts of India, there's a lot of patriarchal ideas instilled in children from a very young age. We have to start teaching them from grade 4 or 5 to respect people of the other gender, because otherwise we will grow up in the country with some of these horrible incidents of sexual violence and so on that we're hearing about. That should never be allowed to happen. It won't happen if people respect each other across the gender divide. So that too is important for schools to teach.
Now I invite now from Chennai,
I can see the wheels are very much in minority in this one. Go ahead, man.
I know I'm doing it, sir.
Tell you.
We have a standing as a global power. How do you think India can help people to combat climate issues, poverty, and pandemics?
You know, I'm a little reluctant to go ahead with all this global power business simply because I think that implies a competition that I won't feel it's healthy for any country to run to. We can't be a superpower as long as there are people in India who are super poor. We have to ensure that we look after and solve our own problems first. But the right and all the issues you mentioned without tackling. India first should tackle them at home before we can tackle international. We have not fully solved our poverty problem. We made remarkable strides, but we still have about 5% of our people living in absolute poverty, what's called multi-dimensional poverty. As long as there is even 5% of our country there, we can be rich scholars. We help others, certainly, and we do big development assistance to developing countries that are poorer than us, but we must also be priority in tackling our own thing. Similarly, climate change. We ought to be ashamed that 17 of the most polluted cities in the world are in India. 17 of the top 20. That's really disgraceful. So before we preach about climate change to anyone else, let's fix our own problem with polluted air, polluted water, our rivers getting affected. Sustainability has to be more than a mantra. It has to be a program of action for us. And when we do all of that, only then I think can we truly preach to others. But we can certainly contribute to global efforts. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, we must contribute to global efforts. India set an example by helping co-lead the International Solar Alliance to promote solar energy, which is a safe, non-polluting form of generating energy in the world. If we can do that to create more partnerships and develop that will be a very valuable contribution. Then it's for God's sake, clean up our own air. I mean, literally, if you are a child growing up in Delhi, where I live, we would use 5 years ago like lemon tea because of the filthy level of PM22.5 particles in the air. And this is something that government after government has really taken over decades. So we have a lot of work to do, my young man. I am very happy about people want us to make sure first let's deal with our own challenges. We'll certainly make a contribution to the rest of the world, but we're not going to be just a leader without actually having plenty of our own solutions first.
Thank you, sir. Now we like from Chennai,
Good evening, sir. Myself, I'm Ravi Chennai, Kochi. I'm very honored to be here. In our opinion, what's the greatest challenge India faced in both economic growth and social harmony, and how can we as students be a part of the solution?
There are huge challenges still, so I don't want to underestimate them. There are challenges of adequate investment of capital, and the challenges of the availability of land, of power, of water, of industry. There's a genuine shortage of jobs in our country for every other person who wants a job. There are still difficulties regarding the level of over-regulation in our country, regarding the level of corruption in our country. Let's be very honest with ourselves. We have not created yet any ideas. We are doing better in many ways, and in many things that are ideal. We can and should applaud some of the economic development ventures that India has accomplished. Certainly today, we are much less poor than we were 20 years ago, 25 years ago. There has been progress. I'm not One thing that we need to make more progress before we can provide. These are all areas we need to work on. We need to try and create a better business environment so we can do more investments and more growth. We need to create more job opportunities so every ordinary human can dream of a better future for himself or herself and their children. We need to come off from all of the regulations that have given people the opportunity to profit from the power to predict and thereby to create corruption. We have to savagely chop corruption, which has really been a blight on our economy and the lives of ordinary people. So all of these things have to be, and we must be sustainable. The question about the climate, very important. We have to pay attention to that too. So all of those obstacles can be overcome and we will flourish, but those are not small things. I think they will have to take a lot of serious effort over a long period of time. I hope that more generation will work better government than my hands.
Thank you, sir. Next question, I invite Honorable Mani from Chennai Council, Science State Enterprise. Honorable Mani.
So my question is that private universities in Kerala remain a contested topic. Given this backdrop, how do you think we can position themselves as partners in the national growth while being aligned with the state's cross-border policies?
Private universities should not be a subject of controversy because the fact is that everywhere in the world, in every other state in India, until now Kerala also, until recently except Kerala, private universities have flourished. Now, ideally, we all prefer public universities because they're less expensive to study in. So, all the students from a humble, middle-class family, whatever, would obviously prefer to get into a government college because the government college defeats a great fraction of what a private university would charge. But sometimes the students may not feel that the government university offers them what they need in terms of the subjects or the quality of instruction. I mean, we don't have good enough marks to go into, say, a government medical college, but they don't have marks to go into a private medical college. So all of these things govern these choices, but the choice must be there. However, what we are trying to achieve through bodies like the University Grants Commission and so on is that at least the system, both private and public, will be aligned in terms of overall national objectives. The objective is to create educated Indians to create a better India. I think that would have to face a better India, because that's what we're all about. Whether private, whether public, whether individual citizen, wherever you are from, whatever you are doing in your whole objective as an Indian is to create a better India. And in my mind, that is something which both private universities and public universities have to be committed to. In some ways, private universities will argue that they are more conscientious in doing a better job because they are about charging money, and if they don't do a good job, people will not come and pay them. So they have to perform. Whereas government colleges, the challenge is sometimes they do not have that same sense of motivation because teachers come, they get a salary, they do their job and go away, but they are not as subject to market forces as the private colleges are. So that's a different argument that the private colleges make. But because the law of the market requires them to do well, they will actually make more of an effort to perform better and render better service to their students. So you can take it that way too. But certainly I'm not against education. In fact, I would argue the government does not have enough resources to give every young Indian education. So I want the private sector also to be involved in education.
My next question is for Bhavan Subbiananda Ravanakara, Mr. Hari, please. Namaste, sir. Namaste, representation of inclusive development and urban achievement,
That's exactly what, frankly, every Indian government claims to be committed to. So it's in fact an easy question to answer in that sense, because inclusive development means that no one is left behind. It means that you bring in people who have been excelled in the past, the tribals, for example, who go beyond the purview of education in the schools, bring schools to them, educate them, give them opportunities, give them scholarships, give them chances. Similarly, for some time now, there were particular groups that were marginalized. Like in Kerala, we're very proud to say everybody has equal access to education. That's true. But there are many states where, for example, we didn't have the benefit of the kind of reformist Muslim leaders you have in Kerala. And so in many Muslim communities in other parts of India, the women were not educated, were forced to drop out of school as soon as they reached puberty. And they had to stay at home. For whatever social reasons, cultural reasons, I'm not arguing. And as a result, they became de facto educationally marginalized. We need to somehow create an opportunity. One of the ways in which we are reaching out to people like that is through the availability of online education. So they can stay at home but also be educated through online courses and so on. The other challenge is people in remote areas. For example, the parts of Arunachal, parts of the Himalayas and elsewhere, there are no schools because you need to the building schools. And there are often not enough people living in those areas to justify the expense of building a school. And then some children incredibly walk, this is literally dozens of kilometers every day just to get to the nearest school in the nearest town. But we need to be able to work on this, and we need to bring education to urban remote areas as well. And that's something too that the government is trying to do. And increasingly, online again may be the way to go. But we're going to get those online connectivities established in those areas which are also not very easy. The expense required is one thing that is prevented 100% reach. But to my mind, it's an expense worth making. Because the entire obligation of a government is to do what the market will not do. So just as you must provide a service because it is your duty to do it, it is the government's duty to ensure that every Indian citizen, whoever or wherever she or he is and lives, gets the benefits that the government gives to others who are more accessible. That's what I mean by totally exclusive, inclusive education. The moment you exclude, we are doing this service. The private sector, which is governed by a different market logic, they will not make benefit. But the government should do that. And the government certainly has an obligation to help the marginalized. So I'm concerned, whether you're marginalized because of your gender, because of your tribe, because of your caste, there is also a time and balance for the government schools. Today, we have affirmative action for balance. We are encouraging balance to come, we give them support, we give them opportunities, we give them scholarships. That's very important. Similarly, we should offer some other kinds of extra hands, extra helping hands to people who are marginalized for any reasons. Class, creed, region, language, gender, tribal status, and so on. So all of those things will be particularly extra attentive to ensure we cover that. Everyone says that's what the government is supposed to do. It's not yet 100% achieved everywhere in our country, and that task is a priority task.
Thank you, sir. Next question is from the last people
How many more questions you have, sir?
two questions. Yes, sir, if you don't mind. Two. So what we will do, sir, we will have two more questions, so the question will be complete. And then we will have some point to have questions, we would like to ask some time to share and push on the Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Questions. India's GDP is among the highest in the world, and we say that there is many challenges in areas like education and globally. In my opinion, it's a common goal to be effective in social and responsibility. What steps do you suggest for improving education?
See, I think our GDP is extremely high, as I mentioned in my speech also. But our per capita income is very good. So in any case, a high GDP is partly the result of a very large number of people. But a low per capita income means that cumulatively we are not as wealthy as the total GDP implies. If we have that GDP with half the people up there, that income will double, but that's not what the reality is. So let's not be too carried away. GDP is something we follow, fine, but it's not the whole answer. It's the well-being of the individual Indian that remains our priority. And therefore, one of the challenges we have to ensure is that economic growth is something whose benefits percolate to all levels. I, for example, have been an advocate of liberalization ever since the early 90s, but I've also been an advocate of social justice. That is that the revenues that accrue to the government from liberalization should be spent on those who are left out, for those who are marginalized. Because the magic of the markets will not appeal to those who cannot afford to enter the marketplace. So you need to be able to give them help. And as long as the government acknowledges the responsibility that even though it promotes economic growth on one hand, it must distribute the fruits of that growth to those who have none. Only then can we achieve social justice. So that's the way forward. You create and promote growth, you increase your GDP, but you ensure through the taxes you apply, the revenues you get, and the social welfare programs of the government, that those who are left out, those who are on the margins, those who are on the sidelines, they will be given a leg up, a helping hand. That's the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And the very last question from Shashi School, those questions. After this question, I will be calling out the names of all the students who have given questions, even though they didn't make an approach to last year. All the students, I will call out the names. Please come forward to share for the session with the teachers. Those questions, please.
Namaste sir, I'm Rosa Shah from Saraswati Vidyanikedhan Public School. So my question is, according to you, what is the biggest challenge that India faces today in maintaining peace and harmony among its diverse communities?
Well, in many ways, our biggest challenge is the fact that not everybody is equally committed to peace and harmony. The problem is there are elements in our politics, in our society, that believe in promoting themselves through dividing Indians. So attacking Indians on the grounds of their religion, or their caste, or their community, or their gender. Therefore, all the things we've been talking about the whole evening are essential for us to promote. We need to promote acceptance, mutual respect, the values of harmony, the values of unity. We need to set forward the ideals that we all talked about the whole evening, and to get those ideals into the minds and hearts of everybody in our country. How should we do that? Only then, very frankly, can we be in a position to ensure that the kind of things you're worried about, and I'm also worried about, are not allowed to have the upper hand. Let me be very honest. Throughout politics divides, then our citizens must unite. It is our collective responsibility to work for unity, to work for harmony, to work for making us all together. And I must say our politicians do have a responsibility to promote the factors that unite us all. One challenge in a democracy is that people are competing with each other all the time for votes. And sometimes the basis of what they seek votes on can sometimes be negative. And that is why we must raise the law to respect the vital principle of national unity, which is far more important than which party is coming to power, or which party is winning an election, or which individual is prevailing because of which religion or caste or tribe or whatever. Let them realize ultimately that we are all in this together. In fact, Alex, since this is the last question, I'm going to end with a story from our Puranas. It's a wonderful old story, which I think is worth telling. I'll shorten it for you. Because it's a typical story about a sage and his disciples. And in the original story, there are several of those disciples, and you shorten it to two so you get the message. A sage asked his disciples, when does the night end? So they said, at dawn, of course. And he says, yes, my son, I know, at dawn, but when does the night end when the day will begin? And the first disciple was from Australia, Samuel, which is when the first shafts of sunlight glint off the snow and ice on the peaks of the Himalayas. And the light from that is reflected around the sky. That's when the night ends and the dawn begins. And so it says, no, my son, he tells the other disciple. And he says, I know. He says, because he's from the tropical south, he's from Kerala probably. So he says, he's from the first streaks of sunlight. He illuminate the palm fronds on the coconut trees, swaying gently in the breeze above the paddy fields. That is when the night ends and the dawn begins. And the says, no, my sons. He tells us when two people from the farthest ends of our land meet as strangers but embrace as brothers. And when they look up and they realize and see the same sky, are illuminated by the same stars and dream the same dreams. When they realize that is where the night ends and the dawn begins. Our country has seen many and many dark nights during the centuries that have passed. That is all right, your generation in particular that is growing up to inherit this country. We to ensure that we will all see as we go on. Thank you all very much. But it's not easy. As you know, if you're following the news, a lot of people are very critical of me because of the stand I've taken supporting our armed forces and our language and what happened recently in our country and our borders. But I will stand my ground because I believe this is the right thing for the country. And when I speak of India, I speak for all Indians, not just those who may like my party. And I believe that that's something that should apply to other parties too. I'm not only saying this to my party, I'm saying it to all parties. Cultural differences aside, where the nation is important. Because if the reason with a very famous line of Nehrus, which I'm very fond of quoting, who lives in India dies? And that's a question to which there is no answer. India must come first, then we can go there.
Now, the next question is Ms. Savani and we will do the next question, please. This is the last. Sorry, this is the last.
How can India preserve its cultural and linguistic diversity in education while aligning with the global standards from
The truth is that global standards were not achieved in just one language. Yes, English is the number one language universally in the sense that it often turned out to be the dominant language of geopolitics, the dominant language of technology, and for most countries, English turns out to be the preferred second language. Whether you're a German or a Chinese, your second language after German or Chinese tends to be English because it's the most useful. So to that degree we do, I think, need to stick to English education, and we must value English in our country because we have that legacy and it's easier for us to build on it. Let's say for the Chinese, you have no prior exposure to English, and you have to make much more of an effort to even acquire something as a second language. So we have an advantage we shouldn't throw it away. But at the same time, we are right to be proud of our own languages. And there is absolutely no harm in our languages also being instruments of education. There's a lot of pedagogical theory that says that children learn best in their mother tongue. So if a small child is hearing a language on her mother's lap, when she goes to school, if she's taught in that language, she will learn better and faster. So that's also important. Maybe we can start introducing English as a second language very early on, without undermining the mother tongue. But let's face it, while English is still valuable because, number one, there's so much more knowledge accessible through English that is easily available in all our mother tongues. And secondly, that in an increasingly globalized world is a language that more easily connects us to others. As I said, you are dealing with, once you go up and you have a job in a company, you're dealing with foreign customers or clients, the odds are, bringing up with his mother tongue, he certainly will know well learn, but you will be able to communicate to each other in English as a common second language. So let's not use that, but let's at the same time be proud of what we've got in our own countries, in our own country's history, heritage, and civilization, and cling on to that too.
Next question was from Aditi Bhuma, Chindra
Hello, good evening, sir. My name is Aditi Bhuma. I'm a third-year student of BA from civic. So my question is, could you please guide us students on staying informed, engaged, and ethical in a time when misinformation can prevent social harmony?
It's a very, very difficult one to answer my way because misinformation and disinformation are spreading widely and have been enabled by modern technology. The great danger today of some of the technologies that have very recently become widely available, particularly through the means of artificial intelligence, is that you can no longer be sure when you hear a recording of someone's voice that the person actually said those words. Because you can actually easily take their voice off the internet, create a clone of their voice, and then put their own words as a script into their voice and upload and release it. And then they almost becomes in that person to prove that what you've done is fake and not. It becomes a real problem. On top of that, social media has no filters, and social media has become increasingly the dominant source of reach of so many people. In the old days, what you saw in the newspaper was considered well, and that's reliable, because newspapers used to engage fact checkers and they would double check on what they published was actually correct. Social media, anyone is doing this. Now, he and I and you can all post things on the net, which may or may not be true. And the problem is, sometimes a falsehood can really go viral before the truth and the correction comes out. There are so many such examples. Not a few years ago, for example, somebody published pictures of victims of a cyclone in Burma as allegedly being victims of violence in the Northeast, which then provoked people to start attacking Northeasterners, created a panic amongst Northeasterners in many Indian cities, and there was a panicking mass exodus. People were leaving on trains and going back home rather than staying in Bombay and Bangalore and Delhi and so on. And by the time people realized what was happening, the police said, this is not true. This is actually not, this has not happened. This is a photo of a cyclone victim who think a lot of people's lives and they shot people, they left their jobs, their homes, they ran back out of fear. They were being threatened on the basis of this false information. So it's not just that we get false information can affect lives. There are people being murdered because of false stories. So it's very, very, very sad. I wish I had a magic wand to stop it, but there isn't. All of us need to be better informed. All of us need to become jump to conclusions in today's age. We see something. I have made the mistake of condoning the death of somebody who had not died. Because there was something in social media saying that she had passed away. Well, she called me and I'm very much alive. Sincere apologies. It came through on social media. So don't trust anything automatically. Please check and double check. Know which sources are reliable as part of education. We have to educate ourselves on which sources are reliable and which sources are not. When in doubt, what is a reliable fact check? They can be all news, they can be fact checked, they can be different organizations whose only job is to clarify when something is false or true. Even then we can be misled. So never take any hasty action without verifying for yourself. I mean, have you read a chilling story recently of a father who paid a ransom thinking his son was in the hands of kidnappers, and the son's voice came to him on the telephone saying, "Finally, you told me, please give 5 lakhs or whatever." Apparently, nothing wrong, maybe neither amount of that. The father gave the money, so the son walked in very cheerfully and never been kidnapped. It was his voice that they had killed these kidnappers. So these are the kinds of technologies available today. Never do anything without being absolutely sure, double checking the needs of the yourself. That's all I can say. I'm sorry to do rules and commands.
Thank you, sir. Next question is Amana Fatima from Bahari High Secondary School. The question I have to answer the questions central because we have more questions. What quick students about this? If answer that in shorter, but more students than participants.
Just give me a while and keep the answer short because we don't have time to try that.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Amana Fatima from the Vocational High Secondary School, first year student. So, it says that the richest wealth of the country is human resource. But in India, it seems that the majority of the youth are migrating to foreign countries for jobs as well as education. And how can we prevent this?
But I'm not saying we should prevent it, because I myself started abroad, I came back to India, and many others. But there's no harm in studying abroad or going outside in order to widen your horizons, see a different world, learn a different subject. Sometimes I know that in our country, some students feel they're good enough to get into the best colleges, but 1 mark, 2 marks will be enough to prevent them getting the kind of opportunities they want in this country, and so they persuade their parents to send them abroad. I'm not against that, provided ultimately they don't lose sight of where their ultimate future lies. And I would like to believe that the vast majority of Indians will feel a sense of a stake in building a better India. I'm not against internationalism. I can't believe because I myself am a college, but I would like very much that we learn from the world and we bring it back to make our own country better. A better India is my slogan, and I'm going to do that.
Thank you, sir. Next is Lisa Susan Bobby from Balan Social Media and
My name is Wilson. I am from Balan Social Media. My question is, in fact, when we start to view, how can India harness the power of social media to strengthen its own values of peace, human culture, and unity?
You can't harness the power of social media because by definition social media is unharnessable. It is free. I mean, the strength of social media is when it does empower everybody's voice, including the responsible voices. So you would like to use social media to promote peace, that's great. But there will be others who want to use social media to promote division, to promote hatred, to promote dislike of others. That also happens. Now, it's very difficult to control everything. I know that our governments have tried occasionally to restrict, to get social media companies to take down certain posts and so on. But it's a drop in the bucket. And frankly, the other side of that danger is that governments should not be given the power to censor. Because then they will censor not only bad things like infant promoting harm, disharmony, but they also promote censor criticism of themselves. So then our democracy gets undermined. So I'm afraid what we definitely need is to keep social media free, but we need to find other ways in which we can actually ensure that that free social media doesn't contribute to undermining social harmony, our peace, our developments, and so on. For those things, There are, of course, laws. Our country has laws against hate speech. It has laws against incitement to violence. It has laws against anything that promotes misaffection amongst communities. And we must vigorously and swiftly implement those laws, and not just against particular kinds of victims, but against all offenders, so that it doesn't happen to them. Just an example of that. Secondly, the power of the good example is that we should all look for role models who say the right things, who speak up for unity, who speak up for keeping us together, and those are the people we need to actually encourage, to follow, to support. But beyond that, harnessing is not a good thing or a feasible thing for social media. Because by definition, it must be open to anyone to come in and say, not just to those who are selected. The early days, if you want to publish your views on anything, you have to pass through various filters, or you have to write to a newspaper, the newspaper editor would see they wanted a solution, and the fact checker would check the facts, and the copy editor would check your language, then the editor would decide how many words they would give you, they might cut some of your words, finally something would declare. That kind of process is not there on social media. So we just have to live with the good and the bad in this world. The good is the freedom to express your views and for anyone to speak. The bad is that anyone does speak and sometimes you speak the wrong things. It's linked to the question about disinformation. We just have to ensure that the positives get more attention. Sadly, for example, the algorithms in these companies, they don't have any algorithm that says promote and boost the positive messages and ones that speak of peace and unity. They only boost the messages that get the most interaction. So if somebody writes a nasty message and people like that nasty message, they keep getting more visibility. There's something wrong with that too, and maybe that's something we should discourage the social media companies from doing. I think inflammatory content should be further enhanced through boosting by algorithms. But beyond that, I can't think of any other ways of harnessing it. I'm sorry, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Nila Mohan from Chennai.
Hello, good evening, sir. My name is Nila Mohan. I'm from Chennai program. My question here is, although India is rich in manpower, education, and medical facilities, there is still a lot of brain drain going on, and how in your opinion can this be prevented?
So as I said in response to the earlier question, I always thought this manpower is also human power. It's human power. I think the brain drain is a very complex question. I would not want to prevent it because in a free society that I want India to win, people should be free to go wherever they want to go and they should be free to come back if they want to come back. We have to make India a society that people want to come back to. So there is a rules on us also to create an India that others will want to return to. When we give them opportunities, we don't stifle them. We have already the advantage of the familiar place they've grown up in, their families, their roots, their preferred cuisine, all that is available in India. But we want to come back, we have to give them the opportunity to make a better life. Then the brain drain will become a brain drain, because many will come back having learned things abroad, having acquired experiences abroad, and bring that knowledge to our country. So let's have a brain drain to look forward to.
And I request Shraddha Arpadeli from Balance Mutual
Good evening, sir. My question here is, how can schools and colleges promote interfaith dialogue and also be more inclusive to social harmony? And since we're hearing a lot of news reports about people being overly sentimental about religious issues, how can we do that, or how can we foster a sense of inclusivity in our schools and colleges?
Thank you. That's a good question. You heard my speech, I'm sure. About part of my speech was precisely on that theme. I think what schools will precisely is highlight those themes that I talked about, from our history, from our culture, from our experience. rather than highlighting stories of division, of conflict, of clashes. That's the first thing. Secondly, in our school's own existence, we should try and showcase examples of harmony across cultures. It's always wonderful when we see children of different backgrounds, different religions, different groups actually excelling in things that actually are usually changed by people of other religions and other groups. So we can see people performing or acting or playing or studying things that are normally associated with communities other than their own. That too sets a very good example. A third thing is the school's own rules will showcase diversity. If you have children of other religions, make sure the student council has all these religions reflected. Make sure that you are putting up a school team and something where of course, ability is important too. But if we choose able people from different backgrounds, so people should grow up getting used to that idea. I went to a school in Bombay, and then a high school in Calcutta, where I was surrounded by children of every conceivable religion. So when I saw them all, and we never thought of each other by our religion because in those days, I was my parents was in that nationalist generation. So they were age just after independence, and for them, they had been brought up by heroes like Mahatma Gandhi, not to highlight differences of religion, of caste, and so on. Never did they ever mention the religion of any friend who had come home to play. Never did they mention the caste. I mean, in fact, I didn't even know my own caste until somebody asked me when I was 11 years old and I had to go and get an explanation. That was that nationalist generation. Sadly, it's changed now. Nowadays, people feel they can't avoid being conscious of these things, as you rightly said in your question. But even if you're conscious, there will be something that you are proud of, that's part of your history, part of your culture, but not something that you use against someone else. One of the things that I was talking about in my speech was about acceptance. What do I mean by acceptance? You know, tolerance is only part of the journey, because tolerance is a worse patronizing idea. The tolerance thing is really saying, I have the truth, you are in error, but I will generously indulge you in your right to be wrong. That's what tolerance is. But acceptance is much better. That's what Swami Vivekananda is teaching us. Acceptance says, I believe I have the truth, you believe you have the truth, I will respect your truth, please respect my truth. And that mutual respect to each other has to be displayed daily. As long as we don't try and portraying and inculcating in our children some notion of superiority over others, then we will all live together in harmony. And that does start in school. And by the way, we haven't talked about religion, we talked about class, we haven't talked about gender. I believe you from a very young age, girls in particular in our societies and many parts of Kerala, perhaps not so bad, but in many other parts of India, there's a lot of patriarchal ideas instilled in children from a very young age. We have to start the children from grade 4 or 5 to respect people of the other gender, because otherwise we will grow up in the country with some of these horrible incidents of sexual violence and so on that we're hearing about. That should never be allowed to happen. It won't happen if people respect each other across the gender divide. So that too is important for schools to teach.
Now I invite Abdul Kumar from civic.
I can see the wheels are very much in the notes in this one. Go ahead, man.
I don't mind doing it, sir.
Tell you.
We have a standing as a global power. How do you think India can help people to combat climate issues, poverty, and pandemics?
You know, I'm a little reluctant to go ahead with all this global power business simply because I think that implies a competition that I don't feel it's healthy for any country to indulge in. We can't get superpower as long as there are people in India who are super poor. We have to ensure that we look after and solve our own problems first. But the right and all issues you mentioned without tackling. India first should tackle them at home. before we can tackle international. We have not fully solved our poverty problem. We made remarkable strides, but we still have about 5% of our people living in absolute poverty, what's called multi-dimensional poverty. As long as there is even 5% of our country there, we can't really reach others. We can help others, certainly, and we do give development assistance to developing countries that are poorer than us, but we must also be priority in tackling our own thing. Similarly, climate change. We ought to be ashamed that 17 of the most polluted cities in the world are in India. 17 of the top 20. That's really disgraceful. So before we preach about climate change anyone else, let's fix our own problem with polluted air, polluted water, our rivers getting affected. Sustainability has to be more than a mantra. It has to be a program of action for us. And when we do all of that, only then I think can we truly reach to others. But we can certainly contribute to global efforts. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, we must contribute to global efforts. We are setting an example by helping co-lead the International Solar Alliance to promote solar energy, which is a safe, non-polluting form of generating energy in the world. If we can do that and create more partnerships and develop that will be a very valuable contribution. That is for God's sake, even the whole there. I mean, literally, if you are a child growing up in Delhi, where I live, we would use 5 years ago without guarantee because of the fully level of PM22.5 particles in the air. And this is something that government after government is really impacting over decades. So we have a lot of work to do, everyone. I am very happy about people want us to make sure we first let's deal with our own challenges. We certainly make a contribution to the rest of the world, but we're not going to be just a leader without actually having done for our own solutions first. Thank you, sir. Now we like
Good evening, sir. Myself, I'm Rajyan, Senior Belarus Kochi. I'm very honored to be here. In my opinion, what's the greatest challenge India faces is to promote economic growth and social harmony, and how can we as students be a part of the solution?
There are huge challenges still, so I don't want to underestimate them. There are challenges of adequate investment of capital, there are challenges of the availability of land, of power, of water, for industry. There's this huge shortage of jobs in our country for every other person who wants a job. There are similar difficulties regarding the level of over-regulation in our country, regarding the level of corruption in our country. Let's be very honest with ourselves. We have not created yet new ideas. We are doing better in many ways. In many things that are ideal, we can and should applaud some of the economic development ventures that India has accomplished. Certainly today, we are much less poor than we were 20 years ago, 25 years ago. There has been progress. I'm not downplaying that. We need to make more progress before we can. These are all areas we need to work on. We need to try and create a better business environment so that we can more investments and more growth. We need to create more job opportunities so every ordinary Indian can dream of a better future for himself or herself and their children. We need to come off a lot of the regulations that have given people the opportunity to profit from the power to produce and thereby to create corruption. We have to savagely chop corruption, which has really been a blight on our economy and the lives of ordinary people. So all of these things have to be, and we must be sustainable. The question about the climate, very important. We have to pay attention to that too. So all of those obstacles can be overcome and we will flourish, but those are not small things. But I think they will have to take a lot of serious effort over a long period of time. I hope that more generation will work better government than my hands.
Next question, I invite Amarga Ravi from Chennai and Council Civil Science to Grassroots. Amarga Ravi.
So my question is that private universities in Kerala remain an interesting topic. Given this backdrop, how do you think we can position themselves as partners in the national growth while we align with the state's cross-border policies?
Private universities should not be a subject of controversy because the fact is that everywhere in the world, in every other state in India, until now Kerala also, until recently except Kerala, private universities have flourished. Now, ideally, we all prefer public universities because they're less expensive to study in. So, all the students from a humble, middle-class family, whatever, would obviously prefer to get into a government college because the government college, the fees is a fraction of what a private university would charge. But sometimes the students may not feel that the government university offers them what they need in terms of the subjects or the quality of instruction. I mean, we don't have good enough marks to go into, say, a government medical college, but they don't have marks to go into a private medical college. So all of these things govern these choices, but the choice must be there. However, what we are trying to achieve through bodies like the University Grant Solution and so on, is that at least the system, both private and public, will be aligned in terms of overall national objectives. And the objective is to create educated Indians to create a better India. I keep coming back to that phrase, a better India, because that's what we're all about. Whether private, whether public, whether individual citizen, wherever you are from, whatever your origin and language, the whole objective as an Indian is to create a better India. And from my mind, that is something which both private universities and public universities have to be committed to. In some ways, private universities would argue that they are more conscientiously doing a better job because they are about charging money, and if they don't do a good job, people are not going to pay them. So they have to perform. Whereas government colleges, the challenge is sometimes they do not have that same sense of motivation because teachers come, they get a salary, they do a job and go away, but they are not as subject to market forces as the private colleges are. So that's a different argument that the private colleges make. But because the law of the market requires them to do well, they will actually make more of an effort to perform better and render better service to their students. So you can take it that way too. But certainly I'm not against education. In fact, I would argue the government does not have enough resources to give every young Indian education. So I want the private sector also to be involved in education.
My next question is for Bhavan Subramanian and Bhavan Kera. Mr. Hari, please. Sir, what is the vision of inclusive development and how will it ensure that Muslims and Indians are not privileged?
That's exactly what frankly every government claims to be committed to. So it's in fact an easy question to answer in that sense, because inclusive development means that no one is left behind. It means that you bring in people who have been excelled in the past, the tribals, for example, who go beyond the purview of education in the schools, bring schools to them, educate them, give them opportunities, give them scholarships, give them chances. Similarly, for some time now, there were particular groups that were marginalized. Like in Kerala, we're very proud to say everybody has equal access to education. That's true. But there are many states where, for example, we didn't have the benefit of the kind of reformist Muslim leaders we have in Kerala. And so in many Muslim communities in other parts of India, the women were not educated, were forced to drop out of school as soon as they reached puberty. And they had to stay at home. For whatever social reasons, cultural reasons, I'm not arguing. And as a result, they became de facto educationally marginalized. We need to somehow create opportunity. One of the ways in which we are reaching out to people like that is through the availability of online education. So they can stay at home but also be educated through online courses and so on. The other challenge is people in remote areas. For example, the parts of Arunachal, parts of the Himalayas and elsewhere, there are no schools because you need to the big schools. And there are often not enough people living in those areas to justify the expense of building a school. And then some children incredibly walk, this is literally dozens of kilometers every day just to get to the nearest school in the nearest town. But we need to be able to work out these things, and we need to bring education to urban remote areas as well. And that's something too that the government is trying to do. And increasingly, online is going to be the way to go. But we're to get those online connectivities established in those areas, which is also not very easy. The expense required is one thing that is prevented 100% reach. But to my mind, it's an expense worth making. Because the entire obligation of a government is to do what the market will not do. So just as you must provide a service because it is your duty to do it, it is the government's duty to ensure that every Indian citizen, whoever or wherever she or he is and lives, gets the benefits that the government gives to others who are more accessible. That's what I mean by totally exclusive, inclusive education. The moment you exclude, we are doing this service. The private sector, which is governed by a different market logic, they will not make that effort. But the government should do that. And the government certainly has an obligation to help the marginalized. So I can say, whether you're marginalized because of your gender, because of your tribe, because of your caste, there was also a time when parents were going to schools. Today, we have affirmative action for parents. We are encouraging parents to come, we give them support, we give them opportunities, we give them scholarships. That's very important. Still, I think we should offer some other kinds of extra hands, extra helping hands to people who are marginalized for all the reasons. Class, creed, region, language, gender, tribal status, and so on. So all of those things were particularly extra attentive to ensure we cover that. Everyone says that's what the government is supposed to do. It's not yet 100% achieved everywhere in our country, and that task is a priority task.
Thank you, sir. Next question is from
How many more questions you have, sir? Two questions.
Yes, sir, if you don't mind, two. What we will do, sir, we will have two more questions, so the question will be complete. And then we will have this important other questions, we would like to ask them to share the questions of the person of the discussion. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. India's GDP is among the highest in the world, but we say that there is many challenges in areas like healthcare, education, and economy. In my opinion, it's a common goal to be effective in social and responsibility. What steps do you suggest for improving this education?
See, I think our GDP is extremely high, as I mentioned in my speech also. But our per capita income is very good. So in any case, a high GDP is partly the result of a very large number of people. But a low per capita income means that cumulatively we are not as wealthy as the total GDP implies. If we have that GDP with half the people, our per capita income will double, but that's not what the reality is. So let's not be too carried away. GDP is something we follow, fine, but it's not the whole answer. It's the well-being of the individual Indian that remains our priority. And therefore, one of the challenges we have to ensure is that economic growth is something whose benefits percolate to all levels. I, for example, have been an advocate of liberalization ever since the early 90s. But I've also been an advocate of social justice. That is that the revenues that accrue to the government from liberalization should be spent on those who are left out, for those who are marginalized. Because the magic of the markets will not appeal to those who cannot afford to enter the marketplace. So you need to be able to give them help. And as long as the government acknowledges the responsibility that even though it promotes economic growth on one hand, it must distribute the fruits of that growth to those who have none. Only then can we achieve social justice. So that's the way forward. You create and promote growth, you increase your GDP, but to ensure through the taxes you apply, the revenues you get, and the social welfare programs of the government, that those who are left out, those who are on the margins, those who are on the sidelines, they will be given a leg up, a helping hand. That's the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And very last question from school. Those questions, please. After this question, I will be calling out the names of all the students who are given questions, even though they were making approaches last year. All the students, I will call out the names. Please come forward to stay in the questions of the teachers.
Thank you very much.
Those questions, please.
Namaste, sir. I'm Rose Ashant from Saraswati Vidyaniketan Public School. So my question is, according to you, what is the biggest challenge that India faces today in maintaining peace and harmony among its diverse communities?
Well, in many ways, our biggest challenge is the fact that not everybody is equally committed to peace and harmony. The problem is there are elements in our politics, in our society, that believe in promoting themselves through dividing Indians. So attacking Indians on the grounds of their religion, or their caste, or their community, or their gender. Therefore, all the things we've been talking about the whole evening are essential for us to promote. We need to promote acceptance, mutual respect, the values of harmony, the values of unity. We need to set forward the ideals that we've all talked about the whole evening, and to get those ideals into the minds and hearts of everybody in our country. Once we do that, only then, very frankly, can we be in a position to ensure that the kind of things you're worried about, and I'm also worried about, are not allowed to have the upper hand. Let me be very honest. Our politics divides, then our citizens must unite. It is our collective responsibility to work for unity, to work for harmony, to work for making us all together. And I must say our politicians do have a responsibility to promote the factors that unite us all. One challenge in a democracy is that people are competing with each other all the time for votes. And sometimes the basis of what they seek votes on can sometimes be negative. And that is why we must raise the law to respect the vital principle of national unity, which is far more important than which party is coming to power, or which party is winning an election, or which individual is prevailing because of which religion or caste or tribe or whatever. Let them realize ultimately that we're all in this together. In fact, since this is the last question, I'm going to end with a story from our Puranas. It's a wonderful old story, which I think is worth telling. I'll shorten it for you. Because it's a typical story about a sage and his disciples. And in the original story, there are several of the disciples, and you shorten it to two to get the message. A sage asked his disciples, when does the night end? So they said, dawn, of course. And he says, yes, my son, I know, it's dawn, but when does the night end when the day begins? And the first disciple who from Australia, he says, it's when the first shafts of sunlight glint off the snow and ice on the peaks of the Himalayas, and the light from that is reflected around the sky. That's when the night ends and the dawn begins. So the sage says, no, my son, he tells the other disciple. And he says, I know. He says, because he's from the tropical south, he's from Kerala, so he says, he's from the first streaks of sunlight. He illuminate the palm fronds on the coconut trees, swaying gently in the breeze above the paddy fields. That is when the night ends and the dawn begins. And the sage says, no, my sons. He tells us when two people from the farthest ends of our land meet as strangers but embrace as brothers. And when they look up and they realize and see the same sky, are illuminated by the same stars and dream the same dreams. When they realize that, that is where the night ends and the dawn begins. Our country has seen many and many dark nights in the centuries of the past. That is all right, and your generation in particular is growing up to inherit this country. We to ensure that we will all see and we go. Thank you all very much. But it's not easy. As you know, if you follow the news, a lot of people are very critical of me because of the stand I've taken supporting our armed forces and our language and what happened recently in our country and in our borders. But I will stand my ground because I believe this is the right thing for the country. And when I speak of India, I speak for all Indians, not just those who may like my party. And I believe that that's something that should apply to other parties too. I'm not only saying this to my party, I'm saying it to all parties. Cultural differences aside, the nation is important. Because if there is one, there's a very famous line of hymns, which I'm very fond of quoting. Who lives in India abides? And that's a question to which there is no answer. India must come first, then we can go there.
Now, the next question is Ms. Savani. We will go next in school, please. This is an This is an
how can India preserve its cultural and linguistic diversity in education while aligning with the global standards from
The truth is that global standards were not achieved in just one language. Yes, English is the number one language universally in the sense that it is often turned out to be the dominant language in geopolitics, the dominant language of technology, and for most countries, English turns out to be the preferred second language. Whether you're a German or a Chinese, your second language after German or Chinese tends to be English because it's the most useful. So to that degree we do, I think, need to stick to English education, and we must value English in our country because we have that legacy, and it's easier for us to build on it. Let's say for the Chinese who have no prior exposure to English, and you have to make much more of an effort to even acquire something as a second language. So we have an advantage we shouldn't throw it away. But at the same time, we are right to be proud of our own languages. And there is absolutely no harm in our languages also be instruments of education. There's a lot of pedagogical theory that says that children learn best in their mother tongue. So if a small child is hearing a language on her mother's lap, when she goes to school, if she's taught in that language, she will learn better and faster. So that's also important. Maybe we can start introducing English as a second language very early on, without undermining the mother tongue. But let's face it, while English is still valuable because, number one, there's so much more knowledge accessible through English that is easily available in all our mother tongues. And secondly, that in an increasingly globalized world is a language that more easily connects us to others. As I said, if you are dealing with, once you go up and you have a job in a company, you're dealing with foreign customers or clients, the odds are you may not know his mother tongue, he certainly wouldn't know what else, but you will be able to communicate to each other in English as a common second language. So let's not use that, but let's at the same time be proud of what we've got in our own countries, in our own country's history, heritage, and civilization, and turn on to that.
Next question was
Hello, good evening, sir. My name is Aditi. I'm a third-year student of BE Honors from Chennai Vishwavidyapit. So my question is, could you please guide us students on staying informed, educated, and ethical in a time when misinformation can prevent social harmony?
It's a very, very difficult one to answer, by the way, because misinformation and disinformation are spreading widely and have been enabled by modern technology. The great danger today of some of the technologies that have very recently become widely available, particularly through the means of artificial intelligence, is that you can no longer be sure when you hear a recording of someone's voice that the person actually said those words. Because you can actually easily take their voice off the internet, create a tone of their voice, and then put your own words as a script into that voice and record and release it. And then the onus becomes to that person to prove that what you've done is fake or not. It becomes a real problem. On top of that, social media has no filters. And social media has become increasingly the dominant source of reaching so many people. In the old days, what you saw in the newspaper was considered well, that's reliable, because newspapers used to engage fact checkers and they would double check on what they published was actually correct. Social media, anyone is doing this. Well, he and I and you can all post things on the net which may or may not be true. And the problem is, sometimes a falsehood can really go viral before the truth and the correction comes out. There are so many such examples. Like a few years ago, for example, somebody published pictures of victims of a cyclone in Burma as allegedly being victims of violence in the Northeast, which then provoked people to start attacking Northeasterners, created a panic amongst the officers in many Indian cities, and there was a panicky mass exodus. People were leaving on trains and going back home rather than staying in Bombay and Bangalore and Delhi and so on. And by the time people realized what was happening, the police said, this is not true. This is actually not, this is not happening. There's a photo of a cyclone victim who think a lot of people's lives have been disrupted. People have left their jobs, their homes, they run back out of fear. They were being threatened on the basis of this false information. So it's not just that we get false information can affect lives. There are people who have been murdered because of false stories. So it's very, very, very sad. I wish I had a magic wand to stop it, but there isn't. All of us need to be better informed. All of us need to become jump to conclusions in today's age. We see something. Even I have made the mistake of condoning the death of somebody who had not died. Because there was something in social media saying that she had passed away. And then she called me and I'm very much alive. And I said, my sincere apologies, it came through on social media. So don't trust everything automatically. Please check and double check. Know which sources are reliable as part of education. We have to educate ourselves on which sources are reliable and which sources are not. When in doubt, what is a reliable fact check? It can be all news, it can be fact checker, there can be different organizations whose only job is to clarify when something is false or true. Even when we can be misled. So never take any hasty action without verifying for yourself. I mean, I've even read a chilling story recently of a father who paid a ransom thinking his son was in the hands of kidnappers, and the son's voice came to him on the telephone saying, finally, he told me, please give 5 lakhs or whatever. Apparently, not one man, maybe died and one than that. The father gave the money, so the son walked in very cheerfully and never been kidnapped. It was his voice that they had cloned these kidnappers. So these are the kinds of technologies available today. Never do anything without being absolutely sure, double checking and being certain for yourself. That's all I can say. I'm sorry to do rules and commands.
Next question is Amana Fatima from Bangalore High Secondary School. The question I have for an answer, which is question sensitive and sometimes we have a question. What good students are participating? If the answer that is shorter, but more students can participate.
First of all, I will keep the answer short because we don't have very lot of time right now.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Amana Fatima
from vocational high secondary school, first year student. So, it says that the richest wealth of the country is human resource. But in India, it seems that the majority of the youth are migrating to foreign countries for jobs as well as education. And how can we prevent this?
But I'm not saying we should prevent it, because I myself started abroad, I came back to India, and many others. But there's no harm in studying abroad or going outside in order to widen your horizons, see a different world, learn a different subject. Sometimes I know that in our country, some students feel they're good enough to get into the best colleges, but 1 mark, 2 marks will be enough to prevent them getting the kind of opportunities they want in this country, and so they persuade their parents to send them abroad. I'm not against that, provided ultimately they don't lose sight of where their ultimate future lies. And I would like to believe that the vast majority of Indians will feel a sense of a stake in building a better India. I'm not against internationalism. I can't believe what I myself am public college, but I would like very much that we learn from the world and we bring it back to make our own country better. A better India is my slogan, and I'm going to do that.
Thank you, sir. Next is Lisbeth Susan Body from Balan Social Media and
My name is Elizabeth. I am from Balan Social Media. My question is, in fact, in this active how can India harness the power of social media to strengthen its own values of peace, human culture, and unity?
We can't harness the power of social media because by definition social media is unharnessable. It is free, and the strength of social media is where it does empower everybody's voice, including the responsible voices. So you would like to use social media to promote peace, that's great. But there will be others who want to use social media to promote division, to promote hatred, to promote dislike of others. That also happens. Now, it's very difficult to control everything. I know that our governments have tried occasionally to restrict, to get social media companies to take down certain posts and so on. But it's a drop in the bucket. And frankly, the other side of that danger is that governments should not be given the power to censor. Because then they will censor not only bad things like anything promoting disharmony, but they also promote censor criticism of themselves. So then our democracy gets undermined. So I'm afraid what we definitely need is to keep social media free, but we need to find other ways in which we can actually ensure that free social media doesn't contribute to undermining social harmony, our peace, our developments, and so on. For those things, there are of course laws. Our country has laws against hate speech. It has laws against incitement to violence. It has laws against anything that promotes disaffection amongst communities, and we must vigorously and swiftly implement those laws, and not just against particular kinds of victims, but against all offenders, so that it doesn't happen to them. You can send an example of that. Secondly, the power of the good example is that we should all look for role models who say the right things, who speak up for unity, who speak up for keeping us together, and those are the people we need to actually encourage, to follow, to support. But beyond that, harnessing is not a good thing or a feasible thing for social media. Because by definition, it must be open to anyone to come in and say, not just to those who are selected. The old days, if you want to publish your views on anything, you have to pass through various filters, you have to write to a newspaper, the newspaper editor would see they wanted a solution, manufacturer would check the facts, and the copy editor would check your language, then the editor would decide how many words they would give you, they might cut some of your words, finally something would declare. That kind of process is not there on social media. So we just have to live with the good and the bad in this world. The good is the freedom to express your views and for anyone to speak. The bad is that anyone does speak and sometimes to speak the wrong things. It's linked to the question about disinformation. We just have to ensure that the positives get more attention. Sadly, for example, the algorithms in these companies, they don't have any algorithm that says promote and boost the positive messages and ones that speak of peace and unity. They only boost the messages that get the most interaction. So if somebody writes a nasty message and people like that nasty message, they keep getting more visibility. There's something wrong with that too, and maybe that's something we should discourage the social media companies from doing. I think inflammatory content should be further enhanced through boosting by algorithms. But beyond that, I can't think of any other ways of harnessing that. I'm sorry, I'm doing it.
Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Nizam from civic.
Hello, and good evening, sir. My name is Nura Ahmed, and I'm from Junior Development Program. My life lesson here is although India is rich in manpower, education, and medical facilities, there is still a lot of brain drain going on, and how in your opinion can this be prevented?
So as I said in response to your earlier question, I always thought this manpower is also human power. It's human power. I think the brain drain is a very complex question. I would not want to prevent it because in a free society that I want India to remain, people should be free to go wherever they want to go and they should be free to come back if they want to come back. We have to make India a society that people want to come back to. So there is a onus on us also to create an India where others will want to return to. When we give them opportunities, we don't stifle them. We have already the advantage of the familiar place they've grown up in, their families, their roots, their preferred cuisine, all that is available in India. But if we want to come back, we have to give them the opportunity to live a better life. Then the brain drain will become a brain drain, because many of them will come back having learned things abroad, having acquired experiences abroad, and bring that knowledge to our country. So let's have a brain drain to look forward to.
And I request from Shobha Arkadevi from Balance Mission.
Good evening, sir. My question to you is, how can schools and colleges promote interfaith dialogue and also be more inclusive to social harmony? And since we're hearing a lot of news reports about people being overly sentimental about religious issues, how can we do that, or how can we foster a sense of inclusivity in our schools and colleges?
Thank you. That's a good question. You heard my speech, I'm sure. A large part of my speech was precisely on that theme. I think what schools will do first is highlight those themes that I talked about, from our history, from our culture, from our experience, rather than highlighting stories of division, of conflict, of clashes. That's the first thing. Secondly, in our school's own existence, we should try and showcase examples of harmony across cultures. It's always wonderful when we see children of different backgrounds, different religions, different groups actually excelling in things that actually are usually changed by people of other religions in other ways. So we can see people performing or acting or playing or studying things that are normally associated with communities other than their own. That too sets a very good example. A third thing is the school's own rules will showcase diversity. If you have children of multiple religions, make sure the student council has all these religions reflected. Make sure that you are putting up a school team and something where of course, ability is important too. But if you choose able people from different backgrounds, so people should grow up getting used to that idea. I went to a school in Bombay, we went to high school in Calcutta, where I was surrounded by children of every conceivable religion. So when I saw them all, and we never thought of each other by our religion because in those days, my parents was in that nationalist revolution that came of age just after independence, and for them, they had been brought up by heroes like Mahatma Gandhi, not to highlight differences of religion, of caste, and so on. Never did they ever mention the religion of any friend who had come home to play. Never did they mention the past. I mean, in fact, I didn't know my own past until somebody asked me when I was 11 years old and I had to go and get an explanation. That was that nationalist generation. Sadly, it's changed now. Nowadays, people feel they can't avoid being conscious of these things, as you rightly said in your question. But even if you're conscious, there will be something that you are proud of, that you are, that's part of your history, part of your culture, but not something that you use against someone else. One of the things that I was talking about in my speech was about acceptance. What do I mean by acceptance? You know, tolerance is only part of the journey, because tolerance is, I guess, the patronizing idea. The tolerance thing is really saying, I have the truth, you are in error, but I will generously indulge you in your right to be wrong. That's what tolerance is. But acceptance is much better. That's what Swami Vivekananda is teaching us. Acceptance says, I believe I have the truth, you believe you have the truth, I will respect your truth, please respect my truth. And that mutual respect to each other has to be displayed daily. As long as we don't try and proclaim and inculcate in our children some notion of superiority over others, then we will all live together in harmony. And that does start in school. And by the way, we haven't talked about religion, we talked about class, we haven't talked about gender. I believe too, from a very young age, boys, in particular in our societies and many parts of Kerala, perhaps not so bad, but in many other parts of India, there's a lot of patriarchal ideas instilled in children from a very young age. We have to start teaching them from a grade of 4 or 5 to respect people of the other gender, because otherwise we will grow up in a country with some of these horrible incidents of sexual violence and so on that we're hearing about. That should never be allowed to happen. It won't happen if people respect each other across the gender divide. So that too is important for schools to teach.
Now I bring it now from Chennai.
I can see the wheels are very minority in this one. Go ahead on that.
I don't mind believing that
Tell you.
we have a standing as a global power. How do you think India can help people to combat climate issues, poverty, and pandemics?
You know, I'm a little reluctant to go ahead with all this global power business simply because I think that implies a competition that I don't feel it's healthy for any country to run to. We can't be a superpower as long as there are people in India who are super poor. We have to ensure that we look after and solve our own problems first. But to write the whole issues you mentioned without tackling, India first should tackle them at home before we can tackle international. We have not fully solved our poverty problem. We made remarkable strides, but we still have about 5% of our people living in absolute poverty, what's called multi-dimensional poverty. As long as there is even 5% of our country there, we can really reach others. We can help others, certainly, and we do give development assistance to developing countries that are poorer than us, but we must also give priority to tackling our own thing. Similarly, climate change. We ought to be ashamed that 17 of the most polluted cities in the world are in India. 17 of the top 20. That's really disgraceful. So before we preach about climate change to anybody else, let's fix our own problem with polluted air, polluted water, our rivers getting affected. Sustainability has to be more than a mantra. It has to be a program of action for us. And when we do all of that, only then, I think, can we truly reach to others. But we can certainly contribute to global efforts. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, we must contribute to global efforts. India is setting an example by helping co-lead the International Solar Alliance to promote solar energy, which is a safe, non-polluting form of generating energy in the world. If we can do that and create more partnerships and develop that will be a very valuable contribution. Then it's for God's sake cleaning our own air. I mean, literally, if you're a child growing up in Delhi, where I live, Even this 5 years ago, last guarantee because of the filmy level of PL22.5 particles in the air. And it is something that government after government is making practice over decades. So we have a lot of work to do, everyone. I am very happy about people want us to make sure we first let's deal with our own challenges. We certainly make a contribution to the rest of the world, but we're not going to be just a leader without actually having dealt with our own solutions first. Thank you, sir. Now,
Good evening, sir. Myself, I'm Rajan, Senior Delegate Kochi. I'm the honored to be here. In my opinion, what's the greatest challenge we are faced is to promote economic growth and social harmony, and how can we as students be a part of the solution?
There are huge challenges still, so I don't want to underestimate them. There are challenges of adequate investment of capital, there are challenges of the availability of land, of power, of water, of industry. There's this huge shortage of jobs in our country for every other person who wants a job. There are still difficulties regarding the level of over-regulation in our country, regarding the level of corruption in our country. Let's be very honest with ourselves. We have not created yet any ideas. We are doing better in many ways, and many things that are ideal. We can and should applaud some of the economic development ventures that India has accomplished. Certainly today, we are much less poor than we were 20 years ago, 25 years ago. There has been progress. I'm not downplaying that. We need to make more progress before we can provide. These are all areas we need to work on. We need to try and create a better business environment so that we can more investments and more growth. We need to create more job opportunities so every ordinary Indian can dream of a better future for himself, or herself, and their children. We need to come off from all of the regulations that have given people the opportunity to profit from the power to predict and thereby to create corruption. We have to savagely chop corruption, which has really been a blight on our economy and the lives of ordinary people. So all of these things have to be, and we must be sustainable. The question about the climate, very important. We have to pay attention to that too. So all of those obstacles can be overcome and we will flourish, but those are not small things. So I think they will have to take a lot of serious effort over a long period of time. I hope that more generation will get a better government in my hands. Thank you, sir. Next question, I invite Amarga Hari from Civic and Science to Orthodox. Amarga Hari.
So my question is that private universities in Kerala remain a contested topic. Given this backdrop, how do you think we can position themselves as partners in the national growth while we align with the state's first by our policies?
Private universities should not be a subject of controversy because the fact is that everywhere in the world, in every other state in India, until now Kerala also, until recently except Kerala, private universities have flourished. Now, ideally, we all prefer public universities because they're less expensive to study in. So, all the students from a humble, middle-class family, whatever, would obviously prefer to get into a government college because the government college defines a very fraction of what a private university would charge. But sometimes the students may not feel that the government university offers them what they need in terms of the subjects or the quality of instruction, or we don't have good enough marks to go to say a government medical college, or they have good enough marks to go to a private medical college. So all of these things govern these choices, but the choice must be there. However, what we are trying to achieve through bodies like the University Grant Solution and so on, is that at least the system, both private and public, will be aligned in terms of overall national objectives. And the objective is to create educated Indians to create a better India. I think that would have to phrase a better India, because that's what we're all about. Whether you're public, whether you're individual citizen, wherever you're from, whatever your origin, the whole objective as an Indian is to create a better India. And from my mind, that is something which both private universities and public universities have to be committed to. In some ways, private universities would argue that they are more conscientious in doing a better job because they are about charging money, and if they don't do a good job, people will not come and pay the money. So they have to perform. Whereas government colleges, the challenge is sometimes they do not have that same sense of motivation because teachers come, they get a salary, they do a job and go away, but they are not as subject to market forces as the private colleges are. So that's a different argument that the private colleges make. But because the law of the market requires them to do well, they will actually make more of an effort to perform better and render better service to their students. So you can take it that way too. But certainly I'm not against education. In fact, I would argue the government does not have enough resources to give every young Indian education. So I want the private sector also to be involved in education.
My next question is from Bhavan Subramanian Navanakara, Mr. Hari, please. Namaste, sir. Representation of inclusive development and urban achievement, national communities and government.
That's exactly what, frankly, every one claims to be committed to. So it's in fact an easy question to answer in that sense, because inclusive development means that no one is left behind. It means that you bring in people who have been excelled in the past, the tribals, for example, who will beyond the purview of education in the schools, bring schools to them, educate them, give them opportunities, give them scholarships, give them chances. Similarly, for some time now, there were particular groups that were marginalized. Like in Kerala, we're very proud to say everybody has equal access to education. That's true. But there are many states where, for example, we didn't have the benefit of the kind of reform social leaders we have in Kerala. And so in many Muslim communities in other parts of India, the women were not educated, were forced to drop out of school as soon as they reached puberty. And they had to stay at home. For whatever social reasons, cultural reasons, I'm not arguing. And as a result, they became de facto educationally marginalized. We need to somehow give opportunity. One of the ways in which we are reaching out to people like that is through the availability of online education. So they can stay at home but also be educated through online courses and so on. The other challenge is people in remote areas. For example, the parts of Arunachal, parts of the Himalayas and elsewhere, there are no schools but even the building schools. And there are often not enough people living in those areas to justify the expense of building a school. And then some children incredibly walk literally dozens of kilometers every day just to get to a different school in the year of time. But we need to be able to work out these efforts. We need to bring education to urban remote areas as well. And that's something too that the government is trying to do. And increasingly, online again may be the way to go. But we have to get those online connectivities established in those areas we can also not really use. The expense required is one thing that is prevented 100% reach. But to my mind, it's an expense worth making. Because the entire obligation of a government is to do what the market will not do. So just as you must provide a service because it is your duty to do it, it is the government's duty to ensure that every Indian citizen, whoever or wherever she or he is and lives, gets the benefits that the government gives to others who are more accessible. That's what I mean by totally inclusive education. The moment you exclude, we are doing this service. The private sector, which is governed by a different market logic, will not make that effort. But the government should do that. And the government certainly has an obligation to help the marginalized. So I can say, whether you're marginalized because of your gender, because of your tribe, because of your caste, There was also a time when Dalits were allowed into schools. Today, we have affirmative action for Dalits. Today, we are encouraging Dalits to come, we give them support, we give them opportunities, we give them scholarships. That's very important. Similarly, we should offer some other kinds of extra hands, extra helping hands to people who are marginalized for either reasons. Class, creed, region, language, gender, tribal status, and so on. So all of those things we have to be particularly extra attentive to ensure we cover. Everyone says that's what the government is supposed to do. It's not yet 100% achieved everywhere in our country, and that task is a priority task.
Thank you, sir. Next question is from the last people and
How many more questions you have, sir?
two questions. Yes, sir. If you don't mind, two. What we will do, sir, we will have two more questions, so the deputy will be and we will not disappoint the other questions. We would like to ask them to share about this or something the person of the
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Two questions. Indians believe as one of the highest level, we say that there is no challenge in areas like education and economy. In my opinion, it's a common goal to be affected by social and responsibility. And what steps do you suggest for improving education?
See, I think our GDP is extremely high, as I mentioned in my speech also. But our per capita income is very good. So in any case, a high GDP is partly the result of a very large number of people. But a low per capita income means that cumulatively we are not as wealthy as the total GDP implies. If we had that GDP with half the people, our per capita income would double, but that's not what the reality is. So let's not be too carried away. GDP is something we follow, fine, but it's not the whole answer. It's the well-being of the individual Indian that remains our priority. And therefore, one of the challenges we have to ensure is that economic growth is something whose benefits percolate to all levels. I, for example, have been an advocate of liberalization ever since the early 90s. But I've also been an advocate of social justice. That is that the revenues that accrue to the government from liberalization should be spent on those who are left out, for those who are marginalized. Because the magic of the market will not appeal to those who cannot afford to enter the marketplace. So you need to be able to give them help. And as long as the government acknowledges the responsibility that even though it promotes economic growth on one hand, it must distribute the fruits of that growth to those who have none. Only then can we achieve social justice. So that's the way forward. You create and promote growth, you increase your GDP. But to ensure through the taxes you apply, the revenues you get, and the social welfare programs of the government, that those who are left out, those who are on the margins, those who are on the sidelines, they will be given a leg up, a helping hand. That's the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And the very last question from school, those questions, please. After this question, I will choose to coming out the names of all the students who have given questions, even though they didn't make an approach to last year. All the students, I will call out the names, please come forward to stay in the questions with the English.
Thank you very much.
Very short, please.
Namaste, sir. I'm Rosa Shah from Saraswati Vidyaniketan Public School. So my question is, according to you, what is the biggest challenge that India faces today in maintaining peace and harmony among its diverse communities?
Well, in many ways, our biggest challenge is the fact that not everybody is equally committed to peace and harmony. The problem is there are elements in our politics, in our society, that believe in promoting themselves through dividing Indians. So attacking Indians on the grounds of their religion, or their caste, or their community, or their gender. Therefore, all the things we've been talking about the whole evening are essential for us to promote. We need to promote acceptance, mutual respect, the values of harmony, the values of unity. We need to set forward the ideals that we all talked about the whole evening, and to get those ideas into the minds and hearts of everybody in our country. How should we do that? Only then, very frankly, can we be in a position to ensure that the kind of things you're worried about, and I'm also worried about, are not allowed to have the upper hand. Let me be very honest. Throughout politics divides, then our citizens must unite. It is our collective responsibility to work for unity, to work for harmony, to work for making us all together. And I must say our politicians do have a responsibility to promote the factors that unite us all. One challenge in a democracy is that people are competing with each other all the time for votes. And sometimes the basis of what they seek votes on can sometimes be negative. And that is why we must raise the law to respect the vital principle of national unity, which is far more important than which party is coming to power, or which party is winning an election, or which individual is prevailing because of which religion or caste or tribe or whatever. Let them realize ultimately that we are all in this together. In fact, Alex, this is the last question. I'm going to end with a story from our Puranas. It's a wonderful old story, which I think is worth telling. I'll shorten it for you. Because it's a typical story about a sage and his disciples. And in the original story, there are several of those disciples, and you shorten it to two, so you get the message. A sage asked his disciples, when does the night end? So they said, at dawn, of course. And he says, yes, my son, I know, at dawn, but when does the night end when the day begins? And the first disciple who saw Australia, Samuel, he says, it's when the first shafts of sunlight glint off the snow and ice on the peaks of the Himalayas, and the light from that is reflected around the sky. That's when the night ends and the dawn begins. So the sage says, no, my son, he tells the other disciple. And he says, I know. He says, because he's from the tropical south, he's from Kerala, so he says, it's from the first streaks of sunlight, illuminate the palm fronds of the coconut trees, swaying gently in the breeze above the paddy fields. That is when the night ends and the dawn begins. And the sage says, no, my sons. He tells us when two people from the farthest ends of our land meet as strangers but embrace as brothers. And when they look up and they realize and see the same sky, are illuminated by the same stars and dream the same dreams. When they realize that, that is where the night ends and the dawn begins. So our country has seen many and many dark nights in the centuries that have passed. That is all right, your generation in particular is growing up to inherit this country. We to ensure that we will all see as we go on. Thank you all very much. But it's not easy. As you know, if you're following the news, a lot of people are very critical of me because of the standard taken supporting our armed forces and our language and what happened recently in our country and in our borders. But I will stand my ground because I believe this is the right thing for the country. And when I speak of India, I speak for all Indians, not just those who may like my party. And I believe that that's something that should apply to other parties too. I'm not only saying this to my party, I'm saying it to all parties. Cultural differences aside, when the nation is important. Because if there is one, there's a very famous line of Hindus, which I'm very fond of quoting. Who lives if India dies? And that's a question to which there is no answer. India must come first. Then we can go there.
Now the next question is Ms. Savani and we will go next in school, please. This is the last. This is the last.
My question is, how can India preserve its cultural and linguistic diversity in education while aligning with the global standards from
The truth is that global standards were not achieved in just one language. Yes, English is the number one language universally in the sense that it is often turned out to be the dominant language in geopolitics, the dominant language of technology, and for most countries, English turns out to be the preferred second language. Whether you're a German or a Chinese, your second language after German or Chinese tends to be English because it's the most useful. So to that degree, we do, I think, need to stick to English education, and we must value English in our country because we have that legacy, and it's easier for us to build on it. Let's say for the Chinese, you have no prior exposure to English, and you have to make much more of an effort to even acquire something as a second language. So we have an advantage we shouldn't throw it away. But at the same time, we are right to be proud of our own languages. And there is absolutely no harm to our languages also be instruments of education. There's a lot of pedagogical theory that says that children learn best in their mother tongue. So if a small child is hearing a language on her mother's lap, when she goes to school, if she's taught in that language, she will learn better and faster. So that's also important. Maybe we can start introducing English as a second language very early on, without undermining the mother tongue. But let's face it, while English is still valuable because, number one, there's so much more knowledge accessible through English that is easily available in all our mother tongues. And secondly, that in an increasingly globalized world is a language that more easily connects us to others. As I said, if you are dealing with, once you go up and you have a job in a company, you're dealing with foreign customers or clients, the odds are, you may not know his mother tongue, he certainly wouldn't know another, but you will be able to communicate to each other in English as a common second language. So let's not lose that. But let's at the same time be proud of what we've got in our own countries, history, heritage, and civilization, and turn on to that.
Next question was from Aditi Deva, Chitwa Michelle Bhatti,
Hello, good evening, sir. My name is Aditi Deva. I'm a third-year student of BA from Chennai Vishwavidyapit. So my question is, could you please guide us students on staying informed, educated, and ethical in a time when misinformation can prevent social harmony?
It's a very, very difficult one to answer that way because misinformation and disinformation are spreading widely and have been enabled by modern technology. The great danger today of some of the technologies that have very recently become widely available, particularly through the means of artificial intelligence, is that you can no longer be sure when you hear a recording of someone's voice that the person actually said those words. Because you can actually easily take their voice off the internet, create a clone of their voice, and then put their own words as a script into that voice in the world and release it. And then the onus becomes on that person to prove that what you've done is fake and not. It becomes a real problem. On top of that, social media has no filters, and social media has become increasingly the dominant source of reaching so many people. In the old days, what you saw in the newspaper was considered well, that's reliable, because newspapers used to engage fact checkers and they would double check and what they published was actually correct. Social media, anyone can do this. Now, he and I and you can all post things on the net which may not be true. And the problem is, sometimes a falsehood can really go viral before the truth and the correction comes out. There are so many such examples. Not a few years ago, for example, somebody published pictures of victims of a cyclone in Burma as allegedly being victims of violence in the Northeast, which then provoked people to start attacking Northeasterners, created a panic amongst Northeasterners in many Indian cities, and there was a panicky mass exodus. People were eating on trains and going back home rather than staying in Bombay and Bangalore and Delhi and so on. And by the time people realized what was happening, the police said, this is not true. This is actually not, this is not happened. There's a photo of a cyclone victim in the feet. A lot of people's lives have been disrupted. People have left their jobs, their homes, they run back out of fear. They were being threatened on the basis of this false information. So it's not just that we get false information can affect lives. There are people being murdered because of false stories. So it's very, very, very sad. I wish I had a magic wand to stop it, but there isn't. All of us need to be better informed. All of us need to become jump to conclusions in today's age. We see something. Even I have made the mistake of condoning the death of somebody who has not died. Because there was something in social media saying that she had passed away. Then she called me and I'm very much alive. And I said, my sincere apologies. It came through on social media. So don't trust everything automatically. Please check and double check. No good sources are reliable as part of education. We have to educate ourselves on which sources are reliable and which sources are not. When in doubt, what is a reliable fact check? It can be all news, they can be fact checker, there can be different organizations whose only job is to clarify when something is false or true. Even when we can be misled. So never take any hasty action without verifying for yourself. I mean, I've even read a chilling story recently of a father who paid a ransom thinking his son was in the hands of kidnappers, and the son's voice came through on the telephone saying, finally, they told me, please give 5 lakhs or whatever. Apparently, not on that, maybe neither amount of that. The father gave the money, so the son walked in and said, he had not been kidnapped. It was his voice that they had killed these kidnappers. So these are the kinds of technologies available today. Never do anything without being absolutely sure, double checking and being certain for yourself. That's all I can say. I'm sorry to do no simple answer.
Next question is Amana Fatima from Bahari High Secondary School. The question and not more an answer with the questions. Also for the users, sometimes we have more questions. What good students are participating? If the answer that is shorter, but more students can participate.
Just give me a while, I'll keep the answer short because we don't have time as well.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Amana Fatima from the Operational High Secondary School, first year student. So, it says that the richest wealth of the country is human resource. But in India, it seems that the majority of the youth are migrating to foreign countries for jobs as well as education. And how can we prevent this?
Well, I'm not saying we should prevent it, because I myself started abroad, I came back to India, and many others have done that. There's no harm in studying abroad or going outside in order to widen your horizons, see a different world, learn a different subject. Sometimes I know that in our country, some students feel they're good enough to get into the best colleges, but 1 mark, 2 marks will be enough to prevent them getting the kind of opportunities they want in this country, and so they persuade their parents to send them abroad. I'm not against that, provided ultimately they don't lose sight of where their ultimate future lies. And I would like to believe that the vast majority of Indians will feel a sense of a stake in building a better India. I'm not against internationalism. I can't be because I myself am a private college, but I would like very much that we learn from the world and we bring it back to make our own country better. A better India is my story. And I'm going to do that.
Thank you, sir. Next is Lisa Susan Bobby from the Land Social Media India.
My name is Rizwan. I am from Dallas Meghalaya Board. My question is, in fact, in this type of world, how can India harness the power of social media to strengthen its own values of peace, human venture, and unity?
You can't harness the power of social media because by definition social media is unharnessable. It is free, and the strength of social media is where it does empower everybody's voice, including the responsible voices. So you would like to use social media to promote peace, that's great. But there will be others who want to use social media to promote division, to promote hatred, to promote dislike of others. That also happens. Now, it's very difficult to control everything. I know that our governments have strived occasionally to restrict, to get social media companies to take down certain posts and so on. But it's a drop in the bucket. And frankly, the other side of that danger is that governments should not be given the power to censor. Because then they will censor not only bad things like anything promoting disharmony, but they also promote censor criticism of themselves. So then our democracy gets undermined. So I'm afraid what we definitely need is to keep social media free, but we need to find other ways in which we can actually ensure that that free social media doesn't contribute to undermining social harmony, our peace, our developments, and so on. For those things, there are of course laws. Our country has laws against hate speech. It has laws against incitement to violence. It has laws against anything that promotes disaffection amongst communities, and we must vigorously and swiftly implement those laws, and not just against particular kinds of victims, but against all offenders, so that it doesn't happen to them. Just an example of that. Secondly, the power of the good example is that we should all look for role models who say the right things, who speak up for unity, who speak up for keeping us together, and those are the people we need to actually encourage, to follow, to support. But beyond that, harnessing is not a good thing or a feasible thing for social media. Because by definition, it must be open to anyone to come in and say, not just to those who are selected. The only way is, if you want to publish your views on anything, you have to pass through various filters, you have to write to a newspaper, the newspaper editor would see they wanted a solution, manufacturer will check the facts, and a copy editor will check your language, then the editor will decide how many words they will give you, they might cut some of your words, finally something will appear. That kind of process is not there on social media. So we just have to live with the good and the bad in this world. The good is the freedom to express your views and for anyone to speak. The bad is that anyone does speak and sometimes to speak the wrong things. It's linked to a question about disinformation. We just have to ensure that the positives get more attention. Sadly, for example, the algorithms in these companies, they don't have any algorithm that says promote and boost the positive messages, the ones that speak of peace and unity. They only boost the messages that get the most interaction. So if somebody writes a nasty message and people like that nasty message, they keep getting more visibility. There's something wrong with that too, and maybe that's something we should discourage the social media companies from doing. I think inflammatory content shouldn't be further enhanced through boosting by algorithms. But beyond that, I can't think of any other ways of harnessing that. I'm sorry, anyway.
It's a nice new young woman from Chennai.
Hello, my name is Rahman. I'm from Junior Development Program. My life is although India is rich in manpower, education, and medical facilities, there is still a lot of brains in India, and having more opinion can be seen together.
So as I said in response to the earlier question, I've always thought that manpower is also human power. It's human power. I think The brain drain is a very complex question. I would not want to prevent it because in a free society that I want India to remain, people should be free to go wherever they want to go and they should be free to come back if they want to come back. We have to make India a society that people want to come back to. So there is a rules on us also to create an India that others will want to return to. When we give them opportunities, we don't stifle them. We have already the advantage of the familiar place they've grown up in, their families, their roots, their preferred cuisine, all that is available in India. But we want to come back, we have to give them the opportunity to make a better life. Then the brain drain will become a brain drain, because many of them will come back having learned things abroad, having acquired experiences abroad, and bring that knowledge to our country. So let's have a brain drain to look forward to.
And I request Shobha Academy from Balance Mission.
Good evening, sir. My question to you is, how can schools and colleges promote interfaith dialogue and also be more inclusive to social harmony? And since we're hearing a lot of news reports about people being overly sentimental about religious issues, how can we do that, or how can we foster a sense of inclusivity in our schools and colleges?
Thank you, that's a good question. You heard my speech, I'm sure. A large part of my speech was precisely on that theme. I think what schools will do precisely is highlight those themes that I talked about, from our history, from our culture, from our experience, rather than highlighting stories of division, of conflict, of clashes. That's the first thing. Secondly, in our school's own existence, we should try and showcase examples of harmony across cultures. It's always wonderful when we see children of different backgrounds, different religions, different groups actually excelling in things that actually are usually changed by people of other religions and other groups. So we can see people performing or acting or playing or studying things that are normally associated with communities other than their own. That too sets a very good example. A third thing is the school's own arrangement showcase diversity. If you have children of multiple religions, make sure the student council has all these religions reflected. Make sure that you are putting up a school team and something where of course, ability is important too. But if we choose able people from different backgrounds, so people should grow up getting used to that idea. I went to a school in Bombay, and then a high school in Calcutta, where I was surrounded by children of every conceivable religion. So when I saw them all, and we never thought of each other by our religion because in those days, my parents was in that nationalist revolution that they were made just after independence, and for them, they had been brought up by heroes like Mahatma Gandhi, not to highlight differences of religion, of caste, and so on. Never did they ever mention the religion of any friend who had come home to play. Never did they mention the caste. I mean, in fact, I didn't even know my own caste until somebody asked me when I was 11 years old and I had to go and get an explanation. That was that nationalist revolution. Sadly, it's changed now. Nowadays, people feel they can't avoid being conscious of these things, as you rightly said in your question. But even if you're conscious, will it be something that you are proud of, that you are, that's part of your history, part of your culture, but not something that you use against someone else? One of the things that I was talking about in my speech was about acceptance. What do you mean by acceptance? Tolerance is only part of the journey, because tolerance is a basic patronizing idea. The tolerance thing is really saying, I have a truth, you are an error, but I will generously indulge you in your right to be wrong. That's what tolerance is. But acceptance is much better. That's what Swami Vivekananda is teaching us. Acceptance says, I believe I have the truth, you believe you have the truth, I will respect your truth, please respect my truth. And that mutual respect for each other has to be displayed daily. As long as we don't try and proclaim and inculcate in our children some notion of superiority over others, then we will live together in harmony. And that does start in school. And by the way, we haven't talked about religion, we talked about culture, we haven't talked about gender. I believe you from a very young age, Whereas in particular in our societies and many parts where perhaps not so bad, but in many other parts of India, there's a lot of patriarchal ideas instilled in children from a very young age. We have to start teaching them from a grade 4 or 5 to respect people of the other gender, because otherwise we will grow up in a country with some of these horrible incidents of sexual violence and so on that we hear about. That should never be allowed to happen. It won't happen if people respect each other across the gender divide. So that too is important for schools to teach.
Now, I from Chennai,
I can see the wheels are very much in minority in this one. Go ahead on that.
I don't mind doing it,
Tell you.
we have a standing as a global power. How do you think India can help the world to combat climate issues, poverty, and pandemics?
You know, I'm a little reluctant to go ahead with all this global power simply because I think that implies a competition that I don't feel it's healthy for any country to run to. We can't be a superpower as long as there are people in India who are super poor. We have to ensure that we look after and solve our own problems first. But the right and all issues you mentioned without tackling. India first should tackle them at home before we can tackle international. We have not fully solved our poverty problem. We made miraculous strides, but we still have about 5% of our people living in absolute poverty, what's called multi-dimensional poverty. As long as there is even 5% of our country there, we can bring rich dollars. We can help others, certainly, and we do bring development assistance to developing countries that are poorer than us, but we must also be priority to tackle our own thing. Similarly, climate change. We ought to be ashamed that 17 of the most polluted cities in the world are in India. 17 of the top 20. That's really disgraceful. So before we preach about climate change to anyone else, let's fix our own problem with polluted air, polluted water, rivers getting affected. Sustainability has to be more than a mantra. It has to be a program of action for us. And when we do all of that, only then I think can we truly reach to others. But we can certainly contribute to global efforts. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, we must contribute to global efforts. We are setting an example by helping co-lead the International Solar Alliance to promote solar energy, which is a safe, non-polluting form of generating energy in the world. If we can do that and create more partnerships and develop that will be a very valuable contribution. Then it's for God's sake, clean up our own air. I mean, literally, if you are a child growing up in Delhi, where I live, we will use 5 years of your life guaranteed because of the fully level of PM22.5 particles in the air. And this is something that government after government is going to tackle over decades. So we have a lot of work to do, my young man. I am very happy about people want us to make sure we first let's deal with our own challenges, and then we certainly make a contribution to the rest of the world, but we're not going to be just a leader without actually having done with our own solutions first.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir. Myself, I'm Ryan Chinyal, Kochi. I'm very honored to be here. In your opinion, what's the greatest challenge India faces in both economic growth and social harmony? And how can we as students be a part of the solution?
There are huge challenges still, so I don't want to underestimate them. There are challenges of adequate investment of capital, there are challenges of the availability of land, of power, of water, of industry. There's a huge shortage of jobs in our country for any other person who wants a job. There are severe difficulties regarding the level of over-regulation in our country, regarding the level of corruption in our country. Let's be very honest about with ourselves. We have not created yet any ideas. We are doing better in many ways. There are many things that are ideal. We can and should applaud some of the economic development ventures that India has accomplished. Certainly today, we are much, much less poor than we were 20 years ago, 25 years ago. There has been progress. I'm not downplaying that. We need to make more progress before we can overcome. These are all areas we need to overcome. We need to try and create a better business environment so we can do more investments and more growth. We need to create more job opportunities so every ordinary human can dream of a better future for himself or herself and their children. We need to come off a lot of the regulations that have given people the opportunity to profit from the power to predict and thereby to create corruption. We have to savagely chop corruption, which has really been a blight on our economy and the lives of ordinary people. So all of these things have to be, and we must be sustainable. The question about the climate, very important. We have to pay attention to that too. So all of those obstacles can be overcome and we will flourish, but those are not small things. I think they will have to take a lot of serious effort over a long period of time. I hope that more generation will work better government than my hands.
Thank you so much. Next question, I invite Undergrad Ravi from Chennai and Thousands and Science to Advisors.
So my question is that private universities in Kerala remain a contested topic. Given this backdrop, how do you think we can position themselves as partners in the national growth while being aligned with the state's cross-border policies?
Private universities should not be a subject of controversy because the fact is that everywhere in the world, in every other state in India, until now Kerala also until recently except Kerala, private universities have flourished. Now, ideally, we all prefer public universities because they're less expensive to study in. So, all the students from a humble middle-class family, whatever, would obviously prefer to get into a government college because the government college defines in a fraction of what a private university would charge. But sometimes the students may not feel that the government university offers them what they need in terms of the subjects or the quality of instruction. They don't have good enough marks to go into say a government medical college, but they don't have marks to go into a private medical college. So all of these things govern these choices, but the choice must be there. However, what we are trying to achieve through bodies like the University Grant Solution and so on is that at least the system, both private and public, will be aligned in terms of overall national objectives. And the objective is to create educated Indians to create a better India. I keep coming back to that phrase, a better India, because that's what we're all about. Whether you're private, whether you're public, whether you're individual citizen, wherever you're from, whatever your religion and language, your whole objective as an Indian is to create a better India. And from my mind, that is something which both private universities and public universities have to be committed to. In some ways, private universities would argue that they are more conscientiously doing a better job because they are about charging money, and if they don't do a good job, people will not even pay the money. So they have to perform. Whereas government colleges, the challenge is sometimes they do not have that same sense of motivation because teachers come, they get a salary, they do a job and go away, but they are not as subject to market forces as the private colleges are. So that's a different argument that the private colleges make. But because the law of the market requires them to do well, they will actually make more of an effort to perform better and render better service to their students. So you can take it that way too. But certainly I'm not against education. In fact, I would argue the government does not have enough resources to give everyone in education. So I want the private sector also to be involved in education.
My next question is from Bhavan Sujana and Navaratara, Mr. Hari, please. Mr. Sam, I said, so I spoke about this representation has inclusive development and I will ensure that national communities are not different.
That's exactly what, frankly, every Indian value claims to be committed to. So it's in fact an easy question to answer in that sense, because inclusive development means that no one is left behind. It means that you bring in people who have been excluded in the past, the tribals, for example, who have been beyond the purview of education in schools, bring schools to them. Educate them, give them opportunities, give them scholarships, give them chances. Similarly, for some time now, there were particular groups that were marginalized. Like in Kerala, we're very proud to say everybody has equal access to education. That's true. But there are many states where, for example, we didn't have the benefit of the kind of reform social media as we have in Kerala. And so in many Muslim communities in other parts of India, the women were not educated, were forced to drop out of school as soon as they reached puberty. So they had to stay at home. For whatever social reasons, cultural reasons, I'm not arguing. And as a result, they became de facto educationally marginalized. We need to somehow really opportunity. One of the ways in which we are reaching out to people like that is to be able to take online education. So they can stay at home but also be educated through online courses and so on. The other challenge is people in remote areas. For example, the parts of Arunachal, parts of the Himalayas and elsewhere, there are no schools because you need the business schools. And there are often not enough people living in those areas to justify the expense of building a school. And then some children incredibly well, this is literally dozens of kilometers every day just to get to the nearest school in the nearest town. But we need to be able to work out these things, and we need to bring education to all those remote areas as well. And that's something too that the government is trying to do. And increasingly, online again may be the way to go. But we have to get those online connectivities established in those areas is also not very easy. The expense required is one thing that is permitted 100% of reach. But in my mind, it's an expense worth making. Because the entire obligation of a government is to do what the market will not do. So just as you must provide a service because it is your duty to do it, it is the government's duty to ensure that every Indian citizen, wherever or wherever she or he is and lives, gets the benefits that the government gives to others who are more accessible. That's what I mean by totally exclusive, inclusive education. The moment you exclude, we are doing this service. The private sector, which is governed by a different market logic, they will not make that effort. But the government should do that. And the government certainly has an obligation to help the marginalized. So I can say, whether you're marginalized because of your gender, because of your tribe, because of your caste, there was also a time when Dalits were allowed into schools. Today, we have affirmative action for Dalits. We are encouraging Dalits to come, we give them support, we give them opportunities, we give them scholarships. That's very important. Similarly, we should offer some other kinds of extra hands, extra helping hands to people who are marginalized for either reasons. Class, creed, region, language, gender, tribal status, and so on. So all of those things were particularly extra attentive to ensure we cover that. Everyone says that's what the government is supposed to do. It's not yet 100% achieved everywhere in our country, and that task is a priority task.
Thank you, sir. Next question is from the people
How many questions you have, sir?
two questions. Yes, sir. If you don't mind, two. What we will do, sir, we will have two more questions, so the members will be complete. And we will want this point to have questions, we would like to ask something to say, this or something. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Indians believe as among the highest level of growth, but we say that there is nothing science in areas like education and economy. In my opinion, it's a economic growth to be affected by social and responsibility. What steps do you suggest for improving the situation?
See, I think our GDP is extremely high, as I mentioned in my speech also. But our per capita income is very good. So in any case, a high GDP is partly the result of a very large number of people. But a low per capita income means that cumulatively we are not as wealthy as the total GDP implies. If we had that GDP with half the people, our per capita income would double, but that's not what the reality is. So let's not be too carried away. GDP is something we follow, fine, but it's not the whole answer. It's the well-being of the individual Indian that remains our priority. And therefore, one of the challenges we have to ensure is that economic growth is something whose benefits percolate to all levels. I, for example, have been an advocate of liberalization ever since the early 90s, but I've also been an advocate of social justice. That is that the revenues that accrue to the government from liberalization should be spent on those who are left out, for those who are marginalized. Because the magic of the market will not appeal to those who cannot afford to enter the marketplace. So you need to be able to give them help. And as long as the government acknowledges the responsibility that even though it promotes economic growth on one hand, we must distribute the fruits of that growth to those who have none. Only then can we achieve social justice. So that's the way forward. Create and promote growth to increase your GDP, but to ensure through the taxes you apply, the revenues you get, and the social welfare programs of the government, that those who are left out, those who are on the margins, those who are on the sidelines, they will be given a leg up, a helping hand. That's the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And the very last question from school, those questions. After this question, I will be gathering one the names of all the students who have given questions, even though they didn't make an approach into last year. All the students, I will call out the names, please come forward to stay in the questions of the teachers. And very thankful. Those questions, please.
Namaste sir, I'm Rose Ashant and Saraswati Vidyaniketan Public School. So my question is, according to you, what is the biggest challenge that India faces today to maintain peace and harmony among its diverse communities?
Well, in many ways, our biggest challenge is the fact that not everybody is equally committed to peace and harmony. The problem is there are elements in our politics, in our society, that believe in promoting themselves through dividing Indians. So attacking Indians on the grounds of their religion, or their caste, or their community, or their gender. Therefore, all the things we've been talking about the whole evening are essential for us to promote. We need to promote acceptance, mutual respect, the values of harmony, the values of unity. We need to set forward the ideals that we all talked about the whole evening, and to get those ideals into the minds and hearts of everybody in our country. And if we do that, only then, very frankly, can we be in a position to ensure that the kind of things you're worried about, and I'm also worried about, are not allowed to have the upper hand. Let me be very honest. Throughout politics divides, then our citizens must unite. It is our collective responsibility to work for unity, to work for harmony, to work for making us all together. And I must say our politicians do have a responsibility to promote the factors that unite us all. One challenge in a democracy is that people are competing with each other all the time for votes. And sometimes the basis of what they seek votes on can sometimes be negative. And that is why we must raise the law to respect the vital principle of national unity, which is far more important than which party is coming to power, or which party is winning an election, or which individual is prevailing because of which religion or caste or tribe or whatever. Let them realize ultimately that we are all in this together. In fact, since this is the last question, I'm going to end with a story from our Puranas. It's a wonderful old story, which I think is worth telling. I'll shorten it for you. Because it's a typical story of a sage and his disciples. And in the original story, there are several of the disciples and chopping into two to get the message. A sage asked his disciples, when does the night end? So they say at dawn, of course. And he says, yes, my son, I know, at dawn, but when does the night end when the dawn begins? And the first disciple who's from Australia, Samuel, he says, it's when the first shafts of sunlight glint off the snow and ice on the peaks of the Himalayas, and the light from that is reflected around the sky. That's when the night ends and the dawn begins. And so it says, no, my son, he tells the other disciple. And he says, I know. He says, because he's from the tropical south, he's from Kerala, probably. So he says, it's from the first streaks of sunlight, illuminate the palm fronds of the coconut trees, swaying gently in the breeze above the paddy fields. That is when the night ends and the dawn begins. And it says, no, my sons. He tells us when two people from the farthest ends of our land meet as strangers but embrace as brothers. And when they look up and they realize and see the same sky, are illuminated by the same stars, and dream the same dreams. When we realize that is where the night ends and the dawn begins. So our country has seen many and many dark nights in the centuries that have passed. That is all right, but your generation in particular is growing up to inherit this country. Want to ensure that we will all see a new dawn. Thank you all very much. But it's not easy. As you know, if you're following the news, a lot of people are very critical of me because of the stand I've taken supporting our armed forces and our government and what happened recently in our country and our borders. But I will stand my ground because I believe this is the right thing for the country. And when I speak of India, I speak for all Indians, not just those who may like my party. And I believe that that's something that should apply to other parties too. I'm not only saying this to my party, I'm saying it to all parties. Cultural differences aside when the nation is important. Because if there is one, there's a very famous line of Hindus, which I'm very fond of quoting. Who lives if India dies? And that's a question to which there is no answer. India must come first. Very good and all this.
Now the next question is Ms. Savani and we will the next school please. This is nasty. Sorry, this is nasty.
My question is, how can India preserve its cultural and linguistic diversity in education while aligning with the global standards from
The truth is that global standards were not achieved in just one language. Yes, English is the number one language universally in the sense that it is often turned out to be the dominant language in geopolitics, the dominant language of technology, and for most countries, English turns out to be the preferred second language. Whether you're a German or a Chinese, your second language after German or Chinese tends to be English because it's the most useful. So to that degree we do, I think, need to stick to English education, and we must value English in our country because we have that legacy and it's easier for us to build on it. Let's say for the Chinese, you have no prior exposure to English, and you have to make much more of an effort to even acquire something as a second language. So we have an advantage we shouldn't throw it away. But at the same time, we are right to be proud of our own languages. And there is absolutely no harm in our languages also being instruments of education. There's a lot of pedagogical theory that says that children learn best in their mother tongue. So if a small child is hearing a language on her mother's lap, when she goes to school, if she's taught in that language, she will learn better and faster. So that's also important. Maybe we can start introducing English as a second language very early on. without undermining the mother tongue. But let's face it, while English is still valuable because, number one, there's so much more knowledge accessible through English than is easily available in all our mother tongues. And secondly, that in an increasingly globalized world is a language that more easily connects us to others. As I said, if you are dealing with, once you grow up and you have a job in a company, you're dealing with foreign customers or clients, the odds are, you may not know his mother tongue, he certainly will know whatever, but you will be able to communicate to each other in English as a common second language. So let's not lose that, but let's at the same time be proud of what we've got in our own countries, in our own country's history, heritage, and civilization, and turn on to that.
Same similar question for different students and the time to aware by possible interest. The next question was Aditi Dana, Chidwa Vishwabhati
Hello, good evening, sir. My name is Aditi Dana. I'm a third-year student of BA from Chennai Vishwabhati. So my question is, could you please guide us students on staying informed, engaged, and ethical in a time when misinformation can prevent social harmony?
It's a very, very difficult one to answer, by the way, because misinformation and disinformation are spreading widely and have been enabled by modern technology. The great danger today of some of the technologies that have very recently become widely available, particularly through the means of artificial intelligence, is that you can no longer be sure that you hear a recording of someone's voice that the person actually said those words. Because you can actually easily take their voice off the internet, create a clone of their voice, and then put their own words as a script into their voice and upload and release it. And then the onus becomes on that person to prove that what you have done is fake and not. It becomes a real problem. On top of that, social media has no filters, and social media has become increasingly the dominant source of reach of so many people. In the old days, what you saw in the newspaper was considered well, that's reliable, because newspapers used to engage fact checkers and they would double check that what they published was actually correct. Social media, anyone is doing this. Well, he and I and you can all post things on the net which may or may not be true. And the problem is, sometimes a falsehood can really go viral before the truth and the correction comes out. There are so many such examples. Like a few years ago, for example, somebody published pictures of victims of a cyclone in Burma as allegedly being victims of violence in the Northeast, which then provoked people to start attacking Northeasterners, created a panic amongst Northeasterners in many Indian cities, and there was a panicky mass exodus. People were leaving on trains and going back home rather than staying in Bombay and Bangalore and Delhi and so on. And by the time people realized what was happening, the police would said, this is not true. This is actually not, this is not happened. There's a photo of a cyclone victim in think a lot of people's lives and they disrupted people, they left their jobs, their homes, they ran back out of fear. But they were being threatened on the basis of this false information. So it's not just that we get false information can affect lives. There are people being murdered because of false stories. So it's very, very, very sad. I wish I had a magic wand to stop it, but there isn't. All of us need to be better informed. All of us need to know we can't jump to conclusions in today's age. We see something. Even I have made the mistake of condoning the death of somebody who had not died. Because there was something in social media saying that she had passed away. And then she called me and I'm very much alive. And I said, my sincere apologies. It came to me on social media. So don't trust everything automatically. Please check and double check. Know which sources are reliable as part of education. We have to educate ourselves on which sources are reliable and which sources are not. When in doubt, what is a reliable fact check? It can be all news, they can be fact checked, they can be different organizations whose only job is to clarify whether something is false or true. Even when we can be misled. So never take any hasty action without verifying for yourself. I mean, I've even read a chilling story recently of a father who paid a ransom thinking his son was in the hands of kidnappers, and the son's voice came to him on the telephone saying, "Father, you give me these 5 lakhs or whatever." Apparently, not from that, maybe neither amount of that. The father gave the money, so the son walked in and checked he had never been kidnapped. It was his voice that they had killed these kidnappers. So these are the kinds of technologies available today. Never do anything without being absolutely sure, double checking the needs of the yourself. That's all I can say. I'm sorry to do no simple answer.
Next question is Amana Fatima from Bangalore High Secondary School. The question and answer with the questions social communication center with the hardcore question. What quick students participate? If answer that in shorter, but more students can participate.
I'll give you a lot of keep the answer short because we don't have enough time as well.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Amana Fatima from the Vocational High Secondary School, first year student. So, it says that the richest wealth of the country is human resource. But in India, it seems that the majority of the youth are migrating to foreign countries for jobs as well as education. And how can we prevent this?
But I'm not saying we should prevent it, because I myself started abroad, I came back to India, and many others. But there's no harm in studying abroad and going outside in order to widen your horizons, see a different world, learn a different subject. Sometimes I know that in our country, some students feel they're good enough to get into the best colleges, but 1 mark, 2 marks will be enough to prevent them getting the kind of opportunities they want in this country, and so they pursue their parents to send them abroad. I'm not against that, provided ultimately they don't lose sight of where their ultimate future lies. And I would like to believe that the vast majority of Indians will feel a sense of a stake in building a better India. I'm not against internationalism. I can't be because I myself am a college, but I would like very much that we learn from the world and we bring it back to make our own country better. A better India is my slogan. I want to do that.
Thank you, sir. Next is Mr. Susan Bobby from Balance Social Media and
My name is Sid. I am from Balance Media Board. What is the news? In fact, when this starts to grow, how can India harness the power of social media to strengthen its own balance of peace, human culture, and belief?
We can't harness the power of social media because by definition social media is unharnessable. It is free, and the strength of social media is where it does empower everybody's voice, including the irresponsible voices. So you would like to use social media to promote peace, that's great. But there will be others who want to use social media to promote division, to promote hatred, to promote dislike of others. That also happens. Now, it's very difficult to control anything. I know that our governments have strived occasionally to restrict, to get social media companies to take down certain posts and so on. But it's a drop in the bucket. And frankly, there's another side of that danger is that governments should not be given the power to censor. Because then they will censor not only bad things like anything promoting harm, disharmony, but they also promote censor criticism of themselves. So then our democracy gets undermined. So I'm afraid what we definitely need is to keep social media free, but we need to find other ways in which we can actually ensure that that free social media doesn't contribute to undermining social harmony, peace, and development, and so on. For those things, There are, of course, laws. Our country has laws against hate speech. It has laws against incitement to violence. It has laws against anything that promotes disaffection amongst communities. And we must vigorously and certainly implement those laws, and not just against particular kinds of victims, but against all offenders, so that it doesn't happen to them. It was an example of that. Secondly, the power of the good example is that we should all look for role models who say the right things, who speak up for unity, who speak up for keeping us together, and those are the people we need to actually encourage, to follow, to support. But beyond that, harnessing is not a good thing or a feasible thing for social media. Because by definition, it must be open to anyone to come in and say, not just to those who are selected. The old days, if you want to publish your views on anything, you have to pass through various filters, or you have to write to a newspaper, the newspaper editor would see they wanted your solution, manufacturer would check the facts, and a copy editor would check your language, then the editor would decide how many words they would give you, they might cut some of your words, finally something would appear. That kind of process is not there on social media. So we just have to live with the good and the bad in this world. The good is the freedom to express your views and for anyone to speak. The bad is that anyone does speak and sometimes can speak the wrong things. It's linked to the question about disinformation. We just have to ensure that the positives get more attention. Sadly, for example, the algorithms in these companies, they don't have any algorithm that says promote and boost the positive messages, the ones that speak of peace and unity. They only boost the messages that get the most interaction. So if somebody writes a nasty message and people like that nasty message, they keep getting more visibility. There's something wrong with that too, and maybe that's something we should discourage the social media companies from doing. And inflammatory content should be further enhanced through boosting the algorithms. But beyond that, I can't think of any other ways of harnessing them. I'm sorry, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Nila Mohan from
Hello and good evening, sir. My name is Nila Mohan. I'm from Junior Development Program. My life lesson here is although India is rich in manpower, education, and medical facilities, there is still a lot of brain drain going on, and having more opinion comes in together.
So as I said to you, in response to earlier question, I've always thought this manpower is also human power. It's human power. I think the brain drain is a very complex question. I would not want to prevent it because in a free society that I want India to remain, people should be free to go wherever they want to go and they should be free to come back if they want to come back. We have to make India a society that people want to come back to. To raise the rules on us also to create an India that others will want to return to. When we give them opportunities, we don't stifle them. We have already the advantage of the familiar place they've grown up in, their families, their roots, their preferred cuisine, all that is available in India. But to want to come back, we have to give them the opportunity to make a better life. Then the brain drain will become a brain drain, because many of them will come back having learned things abroad, having acquired experiences abroad, and bring that knowledge to our country. So let's have a brain drain to look forward to.
And I request from Shobha Arkadevi from Balance Mutual
Good evening, sir. My question here is, how can schools and colleges promote interfaith dialogue and also be more inclusive to social harmony? And since we're hearing a lot of news reports about people being overly sentimental about religious issues, how can we do that, or how can we foster a sense of inclusivity in our schools and colleges?
Thank you. That's a good question. You heard my speech, I'm sure. A large part of my speech was precisely on that theme. I think what schools will precisely is highlight those themes that I talked about, from our history, from our culture, from our experience. rather than highlighting stories of division, of conflict, of clashes. That's the first thing. Secondly, in our school's own existence, we should try and showcase examples of harmony across cultures. It's always wonderful when we see children of different backgrounds, different religions, different groups actually excelling in things that actually are usually created by people of other religions and other groups. So we can see people performing or acting or playing or studying things that are normally associated with communities other than their own. That too sets a very good example. A third thing is the school's own arrangement showcase diversity. If you have children of multiple religions, make sure the student council has all these religions reflected. Make sure that you are putting up a school team and something where of course, ability is important too. But if we choose able people from different backgrounds, so people should grow up getting used to that idea. I went to a school in Bombay, and then high school in Calcutta, where I was surrounded by children of every conceivable religion. So when I saw them all, and we never thought of each other by our religion because in those days, I was that my parents was in that nationalist generation that came of age just after independence and for them, they had been brought up by heroes like Mahatma Gandhi, not to highlight differences of religion, of caste, and so on. Never did they ever mention the religion of any friend who had come home to play. Never did they mention the caste. I mean, in fact, I didn't even know my own caste until somebody asked me when I was 11 years old and I had to go and get the explanation. That was that nationalist generation. Sadly, it's changed now. Nowadays, people feel they can't avoid being conscious of these things, as you rightly said in your question. But even if you're conscious, there will be something that you are proud of, that you are, that's part of your history, part of your culture, but not something that you use against someone else. One of the things that I was talking about in my speech was about acceptance. What do I mean by acceptance? You know, tolerance is only part of the journey, because tolerance is a basic patronizing idea. The tolerance thing is really saying, I have the truth, you are in error, but I will generously indulge you in your right to be wrong. That's what tolerance is. But acceptance is much better. That's what Swami Vivekananda is teaching us. Acceptance says, I believe I have the truth, you believe you have the truth, I will respect your truth, please respect my truth. And that mutual respect for each other has to be displayed daily. As long as we don't try and portraying and inculcating in our children some notion of superiority over others, then we will all live together in harmony. And that does start in school. And by the way, we haven't talked about religion, we talked about class, we haven't talked about gender. I believe you from a very young age, boys in particular in our societies and many parts of India, perhaps not so bad, but in many other parts of India, there's a lot of patriarchal ideas instilled in children from a very young age. We have to start teaching them from grade 4 or 5 to respect people of the other gender, because otherwise we will grow up in a country with some of these horrible incidents of sexual violence and so on that we're hearing about. That should never be allowed to happen. It won't happen if people respect each other across the gender divide. So that too is important for schools to teach.
Now, I now from Chennai,
I can see the wheels are very much in my notes in this one. Go ahead, man.
I don't mind believing that we have a standing as a global power. How do you think India can help the world to combat climate issues, poverty, and pandemics?
You know, I'm a little reluctant to go ahead with all this global power business simply because I think That implies a competition of our own field which will be for any country to venture. We can't be a superpower as long as there are people who are super poor. We have to ensure that we look after and solve our own problems first. But the right and all issues you mentioned without tackling. India first should tackle them before we can tackle international. We have not fully solved our poverty problem. We made remarkable strides, but we still have about 5% of our people living in absolute poverty, what's called multi-dimensional poverty. As long as there is even 5% of our country there, we can really reach others. We help others, certainly, and we do big development assistance to developing countries that are poorer than us, but we must also be priority tackling our own thing. Similarly, climate change. We ought to be ashamed that 17 of the most polluted cities in the world are in India. 17 of the top 20. That's really disgraceful. So before we preach about climate change anybody else, let's fix our own problem with polluted air, polluted water, rivers getting affected. Sustainability has to be more than a mantra. It has to be a program of action for us. And when we do all of that, only then I think can be truly preach to others. But we can certainly contribute to global efforts. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, we must contribute to global efforts. We are setting an example by helping co-lead the International Solar Alliance to promote solar energy, which is a safe, non-polluting form of generating energy in the world. If we can do that and create more partnerships and develop that would be a very valuable contribution. That is for God's sake, clean up our whole air. I mean, literally, if you are a child growing up in Delhi, where I live, we would miss 5 years ago last guarantee because of the filmy level of PM22 particles in the air. And this is something that government after government is going to tackle over decades. So we have a lot of work to do, everyone. I am very happy about people want us to be richer. First, let's deal with our own challenges, and we'll certainly make a contribution to the rest of the world, but we're not going to be just a leader without actually having done with our own solutions first. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir. Myself, I'm Ram Chennai, Kochi. I'm very honored to be here. In your opinion, what's the greatest challenge India faces in achieving both economic growth and social harmony? And how can we as students be a part of the solution?
There are huge challenges still, so I don't want to underestimate them. There are challenges of adequate investment of capital, there are challenges of the availability of land, of power, of water, for industry. There's a huge shortage of jobs in our country for every other person who wants a job. There are still difficulties regarding the level of over-regulation in our country, regarding the level of corruption in our country. Let's be very honest with ourselves. We have not created yet any ideals. We are doing better in many ways, and in many things that are ideal, we can and should applaud some of the economic development ventures that India has accomplished. Certainly, today, we are much less poor than we were 20 years ago, 25 years ago. There has been progress. I'm not downplaying that. We need to make more progress before we can. These are all areas we need to work on. We need to try and create a better business environment so that we can more investments and more work. We need to create more job opportunities so every ordinary human can dream of a better future for himself or herself and their children. We need to come off a lot of the regulations that have given people the opportunity to profit from the power to produce and thereby to create corruption. We have to savagely chop corruption, which has really been a blight on our economy and the lives of ordinary people. So all of these things have to be, and we must be sustainable. The question about the climate, very important. We have to pay attention to that too. So all of those obstacles can be overcome and we will flourish, but those are not small things. I think they will have to take a lot of serious effort over a long period of time. I hope that more generation will work better government in my hands.
Thank you, sir. So, next question, I invite undergrad Ravi from Chennai on Arts Science to Mathematics.
So my question is that private universities in Kerala remain an interesting topic. Given this backdrop, how do you think we can position themselves as partners in the national growth while being aligned with the state's cross-border policies?
Private universities should not be a subject of controversy because the fact is that everywhere in the world, in every other state in India, until now Kerala also until recently except Kerala, private universities have flourished. Now, ideally, we all prefer public universities because they're less expensive to study in. So, all the students from a humble, middle-class family, whatever, would obviously prefer to get into a government college because the government college, the fees is a fraction of what a private university would charge. But sometimes, the students may not feel that the government university offers them what we need in terms of the subjects or the quality of instruction. And we don't have good enough marks to go into say a government medical college, but they don't have marks to go into private medical college. So all of these things govern these choices, but the choice must be there. However, what we are trying to achieve through bodies like the University Grant Solution and so on, is that at least the system, both private and public, will be aligned in terms of overall national objectives. And the objective is to create educated Indians to create a better India. I keep coming back to that phrase, a better India, because that's what we're all about. Whether you're private, whether you're public, whether you're an individual citizen, wherever you're from, whatever your origin and language, your whole objective as an Indian is to create a better India. And to my mind, that is something which both private universities and public universities have to be committed. In some ways, private universities would argue that they are more conscientious in doing a better job because they are about charging money, and if they don't do a good job, people will not come and pay the money. So they have to perform. Whereas government colleges, the challenge is sometimes they do not have that same sense of motivation because teachers come, they get a salary, they do a job and go away, but they are not as subject to market forces as the private colleges are. So that's a different argument that the private colleges make. But because the law of the market requires them to do well, they will actually make more of an effort to perform better and render better service to their students. So you can take it that way too. But certainly I'm not against education. In fact, I would argue the government does not have enough resources to give every young Indian education. So I want the private sector also to be involved in education.
My next question is from Bhavana Subramanian and Mr. Hari Dhruv, please. Namaste sir, namaste what is the vision of inclusive development and how do we ensure that national communities are not privileged?
That's exactly what frankly every one claims to be committed to. So it's in fact an easy question to answer in that sense, because inclusive development means that no one is left behind. It means that you bring in people who have been excelled in the past, the tribals, for example, who have been beyond the purview of education in the schools, bring schools to them, educate them, give them opportunities, give them scholarships, give them chances. Similarly, for some time now, there were particular groups that were marginalized. Like in Kerala, we're very proud to say everybody has equal access to education. That's true. But there are many states where, for example, we didn't have the benefit of the kind of reform social media as we have in Kerala. And so in many Muslim communities in other parts of India, the women were not educated, were forced to drop out of school as soon as they reached puberty. And they had to stay at home. For whatever social reasons, cultural reasons, I'm not arguing. And as a result, they became de facto educationally marginalized. We need to somehow really operate. One of the ways in which we are reaching out to people like that is through the availability of online education. So they can stay at home but also be educated through online courses and so on. The other challenge is people in remote areas. For example, the parts of Arunachal, parts of the Himalayas and elsewhere, there are no schools because you need the building schools. And there are often not enough people living in those areas to justify the expense of building a school. And then some children incredibly walk, this is literally dozens of kilometers every day just to get to a different school in the year of time. But we need to be able to work on these things. We need to bring education to urban remote areas as well. And that's something too that the government is trying to do. And increasingly, online is going to be the way to go. But we have to get those online connectivities established in those areas is also not very easy. The expense required is one thing that is prevented 100% reach. But to my mind, it's an expense worth making. Because the entire obligation of a government is to do what the market will not do. So just as you must provide a service because it is your duty to do it, it is the government's duty to ensure that every Indian citizen, whoever or wherever she or he is and lives, gets the benefits that the government gives to others who are more accessible. That's what I mean by totally inclusive education. The moment to exclude, we are doing this service. The private sector, which is governed by a different market logic, will not make benefit. But the government should do that. And the government certainly has an obligation to help the marginalized. So I can say, whether you're marginalized because of your gender, because of your tribe, because of your caste, there is also a time and balance when they're not into schools. Today, we have affirmative action for balance. We are encouraging balance to come, we give them support, we give them opportunities, we give them scholarships. That's very important. Similarly, we should offer some other kinds of extra hands, extra helping hands to people who are marginalized for other reasons. Class, creed, region, language, gender, tribal status, and so on. So all of those things we have to be particularly extra attentive to ensure we cover that. Everyone says that's what the government is supposed to do. It's not yet 100% achieved everywhere in our country, and that task is a priority task.
Thank you, sir. Next question is from the last people and
How many more questions you have, sir?
two questions. Yes, sir. If you don't mind, two. What we do, sir, we have two more questions, so the competition between 20, and we will not disappoint the other questions. We would like to ask them to share and to sort of that's all. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. My name is two questions. Indians believe as among the highest level, but we say that face major challenges in areas like education and economy. In my opinion, it's a academic goal to be effective in social and responsibility. What steps do you suggest for improving this approach?
See, as it is, our GDP is extremely high, as I mentioned in my speech also. But our per capita income is very good. So in any case, a high GDP is partly the result of a very large number of people. But a low per capita income means that cumulatively we are not as wealthy as the total GDP implies. If we have that GDP with half the people, our per capita income will double, but that's not what the reality is. So that's how we too carry away. GDP is something we follow, fine, but it's not the whole answer. It's the well-being of the individual Indian that remains our priority. And therefore, one of the challenges we have to ensure is that economic growth is something whose benefits percolate to all levels. I, for example, have been an advocate of globalization ever since the early 90s. But I've also been an advocate of social justice. That is that the revenues that accrue to the government from globalization should be spent on those who are left out, for those who are marginalized. Because the magic of the market will not appeal to those who cannot afford to enter the marketplace. So you need to be able to give them help. And as long as the government acknowledges the responsibility that even though it promotes economic growth on one hand, we must distribute the fruits of that growth to those who have none. only then can we achieve social justice. So that's the way forward. You create and promote growth, you increase your GDP, but you ensure through the taxes you apply, the revenues you get, and the social welfare programs of the government, that those who are left out, those who are on the margins, those who are on the sidelines, they will be given a leg up, a helping hand. That's the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And very last question from school. First question, please. After this question, I will be calling out the names of all the students who are given questions, even though they will make an approach to last year. All the students call out the names, please come forward to share for questions with the teachers. First question, please.
Namaste sir, I'm Rose Ashant from Saraswati Vidyaniketan Public School. So my question is, according to you, what is the biggest challenge that India faces today to maintain peace and harmony among its diverse communities?
Well, in many ways, our biggest challenge is the fact that not everybody is equally committed to peace and harmony. The problem is there are elements in our politics, in our society, that believe in promoting themselves through dividing Indians, through attacking Indians on the grounds of their religion, their caste, and their community, or their gender. Therefore, all the things we've been talking about the whole evening are essential for us to promote. We need to promote acceptance, mutual respect, the values of harmony, the values of unity. We need to set forward the ideals that we all talked about the whole evening, and to get those ideals into the minds and hearts of everybody in our country. And if we do that, only then, very frankly, can we be in a position to ensure that the kind of things you're worried about, and I'm also worried about, are not allowed to have the upper hand. Let me be very honest. Not politics divides, then our citizens must unite. It is our collective responsibility to work for unity, to work for harmony, to work for making us all together. And I must say, our politicians do have a responsibility to promote the factors that unite us all. One challenge in a democracy is that people are competing with each other all the time for votes. And sometimes the basis of what they seek votes on can sometimes be negative. And that is why we must urge the law to respect the vital principle of national unity, which is far more important than which party is coming to power, or which party is winning an election, or which individual is prevailing because of which religion or caste or tribe or whatever. Let them realize ultimately that we are all in this together. In fact, Alex, this is the last question. I'm going to end with a story from our Puranas. It's a wonderful old story, which I think is worth telling. I'll shorten it for you. Because it's a typical story of a sage and his disciples. And in the original story, there are several of the disciples, and you shorten it to two to get the message. A sage asked his disciples, when does the night end? So they said, at dawn, of course. And he says, yes, my son, I know, at dawn, but when does the night end when the day will begin? And the first disciple who found hospitable mother and wife, Samuel, he says, it's when the first shafts of sunlight glint off the snow and ice on the peaks of the Himalayas, and the light from that is reflected around the sky, and that's when the night ends and the dawn begins. So the sage says, no, my son, he tells the other disciple. And he says, I know. He says, because he's from the tropical south, he's from Kerala probably. So he says, it's when the first streaks of sunlight illuminate the palm fronds of the coconut trees, swaying gently in the breeze above the paddy fields. That is when the night ends and the dawn begins. So the sage says, no, my sons. He tells us when two people from the farthest ends of our land meet as strangers but embrace as brothers. And when they look up and they realize and see the same sky, are illuminated by the same stars and dream the same dreams. When they realize that, That is where the night ends and the dawn begins. So our country has seen many and many a dark nights in the centuries that have passed. Let us all work together, your generation in particular, who is growing up to inherit this country, want to ensure that we will all see a new dawn. Thank you all very much. But it's not easy. As you know, if you're following the news, a lot of people are very critical of me because of the stand I've taken supporting our armed forces and our government and what happened recently in our country and in our borders. But I will stand my ground because I believe this is the right thing for the country. And when I speak of India, I speak for all Indians, not just those who elect my party. And I believe that that's something that should apply to other parties too. I'm not only saying this to my party, I'm saying it to all parties. Cultural differences aside where the nation is important. Because if there is one with a very famous line of hymns, which I'm very fond of quoting, who lives if India dies? And that's a question to which there is no answer. India must come first, then we can do all this.
Now, the next question is Savani and we will do the next school, please. This is nasty. Sorry, this is nasty.
How can India preserve its cultural and linguistic diversity in education while aligning with the global standards for community?
The truth is that global standards were not achieved in just one language. Yes, English is the number one language universally in the sense that it has often turned out to be the dominant language in geopolitics, the dominant language of technology, and for most countries, English turns out to be the preferred second language. Whether you're a German or a Chinese, your second language after German or Chinese tends to be English because it's the most useful. So to that degree we do, I think, need to stick to English education, and we must value English in our country because we have that legacy and it's easier for us to build on it. Let's say for the Chinese who have no prior exposure to English, and you have to make much more of an effort to even acquire something as a second language. So we have an advantage we shouldn't fall into it. But at the same time, we are right to be proud of our own languages. And there is absolutely no harm in our languages also being instruments of education. There's a lot of pedagogical theory that says that children learn best in their mother tongue. So if a small child is hearing a language on her mother's lap, when she goes to school, if she's taught in that language, she will learn better and faster. So that's also important. Maybe we would start introducing English as a second language very early on, without undermining the mother tongue. But let's face it, while English is still valuable because, number one, there's so much more knowledge accessible through English that is easily available in all our mother tongues. And secondly, that in an increasingly globalized world is a language that more easily connects us to others. As I said, if you are dealing with, once you go out and you have a job in a company, you're dealing with foreign customers or clients, the odds are, you may not know his mother tongue, he certainly wouldn't know whatever, but you will be able to communicate to each other in English as a common second language. So let's not lose that. But let's at the same time be proud of what we've got in our own countries, in our own country's history, heritage, and civilization, and turn on to that too.
The next question was from Arudi Hema, Chindra Mission Bhagavad
Hello, good evening, sir. My name is Abhinav. I'm a third-year student of BA from Chennai Vishwavidyapit. So my question is, could you please guide us students on staying informed, educated, and ethical in a time when misinformation can prevent social harmony?
It's a very, very difficult one to answer my way because misinformation and disinformation are spreading widely and are being enabled by modern technology. The great danger today of some of the technologies that have very recently become widely available, particularly through the means of artificial intelligence, is that you can no longer be sure that you hear a recording of someone's voice that the person actually said those words. Because you can actually easily take their voice off the internet, create a clone of their voice, and then put their own words as a script into that voice and record and release it. And then the onus becomes on that person to prove that what you've done is fake or not. It becomes a real problem. On top of that, social media has no filters, and social media has become increasingly the dominant source of reach of so many people. In the old days, what you saw in the newspaper was considered well, that's reliable, because newspapers used to engage fact checkers and they would double check and what they published was actually correct. Social media, anyone is doing this. Well, we allow and we can all post things on the net, which may or may not be true. And the problem is, sometimes a falsehood can really go viral before the truth of the correction comes out. There are so many such examples. Like a few years ago, for example, somebody published pictures of victims of a cyclone in Burma as allegedly being victims of violence in the Northeast, which then provoked people to start attacking Northeasterners, created a panic amongst Northeasterners in many Indian cities, and there was a panicky mass exodus. People were leaving on trains and going back home rather than staying in Bombay and Bangalore and Delhi and so on. And by the time people realized what was happening, the police said, this is not true. This is actually not, this is not happened. This is a photo of a cyclone victim in the field. A lot of people's lives have been disrupted. People have left their jobs, their homes, they run back out of fear. But they were being threatened on the basis of this false information. So it's not just that we get false information can affect lives. There are people who are being murdered because of false stories. So it's very, very, very sad. I wish I had a magic wand to stop it, but there isn't. All of us need to be better informed. All of us need to become jump to conclusions in today's age. We see something. Even I have made the mistake of condoning the death of somebody who had not died. Because there was something in social media saying that she had passed away. And then she called me and I'm very much alive. And my sincere apologies. It came through on social media. So don't trust everything automatically. Please check and double check. Know which sources are reliable as part of education. We have to educate ourselves on which sources are reliable and which sources are not. When in doubt, what is a reliable fact check? It can be all news, they can be fact checker, they can be different organizations whose only job is to clarify whether something is false or true. Even when we can be misled. So never take any hasty action without verifying for yourself. I've even read a chilling story recently of a father who paid a ransom thinking his son was in the hands of kidnappers, and the son's voice came to him on the telephone saying, finally, they will give me please give 5 lakhs or whatever. Apparently not on that, maybe neither among that. The father gave the money. So the son walked in and checked he had never been kidnapped. It was his voice that they had cloned these kidnappers. So these are the kinds of technologies available today. Never do anything without being absolutely sure, never checking the needs of the yourself. That's all I can say. I'm sorry to do rules and commands.
Thank you, sir. Next question is Amana Fatima from Dhali High Secondary School. The question I have to answer, which is question subsequently what could students participate? If answer that in shorter, but more students can participate.
I'll keep the answer short because we don't have time to well.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Ramana Fatima, from the Vocational High Secondary School, first year student. So, it says that the richest wealth of the country is human resource. But in India, it seems that the majority of the youth are migrating to foreign countries for jobs as well as education. And how can we prevent this?
Well, I'm not saying we should prevent it, because I myself studied abroad. I came back to India and many others. But there's no harm in studying abroad or going outside in order to widen the horizons, see a different world, learn a different subject. Sometimes I know that in our country, some students feel they're good enough to get into the best colleges, but 1 mark, 2 marks will be enough to prevent them getting the kind of opportunities they want in this country, and so they persuade their parents to send them abroad. I'm not against that, provided ultimately they don't lose sight of where their ultimate future lies. And I would like to believe that the vast majority of Indians will feel a sense of a stake in building a better India. I'm not against internationalism. I can't believe because I myself am a public college, but I would like very much that we learn from the world and we bring it back to make our own country better. A better India is my slogan. I want to do that.
Thank you, sir. Next is Respect Social Body from the last social media and
My name is Sir. I am from Bharat Vidyalaya Board. Language news. In this subject view, how can India harness the power of social media to strengthen its own branch of peace, human culture, and unity?
We can't harness the power of social media because by definition social media is unharnessable. It is free, and the strength of social media is where it does empower everybody's voice, including the irresponsible voices. So you would like to use social media to promote peace, that's great. But there will be others who want to use social media to promote division, to promote hatred, to promote dislike of others. That also happens. Now, it's very difficult to control everything. I know that our governments have strived occasionally to restrict, to get social media companies to take down certain posts and so on. But it's a drop in the bucket. And frankly, the other side of that danger is that governments should not be given the power to censor. Because then they will censor not only bad things like infant promoting harm, disharmony, but they also promote they censor criticism of themselves. So then our democracy gets undermined. So I'm afraid what we definitely need is to keep social media free, but we need to find other ways in which we can actually ensure that free social media doesn't contribute to undermining social harmony, our peace, our developments, and so on. For those things, well, of course, laws, our country has laws against hate speech, it has laws against incitement to violence, it has laws against anything that promotes misaffection amongst communities, and we must vigorously and certainly implement those laws, and not just against particular kinds of victims, but against all offenders, so that it doesn't happen to them. We can send an example of that. Secondly, the power of the good example is that we should all look for role models who say the right things, who speak up for unity, who speak up for keeping us together, and those are the people we need to actually encourage, to follow, to support. But beyond that, harnessing is not a good thing or a feasible thing for social media. Because by definition, it must be open to anyone to come in and say, not just to those who are selected. The old days, if you want to publish your views on anything, you have to pass through various filters, you have to write to a newspaper, the newspaper editor would see they wanted their solution, manufacturer will check the facts, and the copy editor will check your language, then the editor will decide how many words they will give you, they might cut some of your quotes, finally something will appear. That kind of process is not there on social media. So we just have to live with the good and the bad in this world. The good is the freedom to express your views and for anyone to speak. The bad is that anyone does speak and sometimes you speak the wrong things. It's linked to the question about disinformation. We just have to ensure that the positives get more attention. Sadly, for example, the algorithms in these companies, they don't have any algorithm that says promote and boost the positive messages, the ones that speak of peace and unity. They only boost the messages that get the most interaction. So if somebody writes a nasty message and people like that nasty message, they keep getting more visibility. There's something wrong with that too, and maybe that's something we should discourage the social media companies from doing. And inflammatory content should be further enhanced through boosting by algorithms. But beyond that, I can't think of any other ways of harnessing. I'm sorry, anyway.
It's a nice young woman from somewhere in the
Hello and good evening, sir. My name is Nora Rahman and I'm from Junior Vidyalaya, Tripura. My life experience is although India is rich in manpower, education and medical facilities, there is still a lot of brain drain going on and how we know that we can be prevented.
So as I said to you, response to earlier question, and I always thought this manpower is also human power. It's human power. I think the brain drain is a very complex question. I would not want to prevent it because in a free society that I want India to remain, people should be free to go wherever they want to go and they should be free to come back if they want to come back. We have to make India a society that people want to come back to. So there is a rules on us also to create an India that others will want to return to. When we give them opportunities, we don't stifle them. They have already the advantage of the familiar place they've grown up in, their families, their roots, their preferred cuisine, all that is available in India. But if we want to come back, we have to give them the opportunity to make a better life. Then the brain drain will become a brain drain, because many of them will come back having learned things abroad, having acquired experiences abroad, and bring that knowledge to our country. So let's have a brain drain to look forward to.
And I request from Shobha Academy from Balance Mutual
Good evening, sir. My question to you is, how can schools and colleges promote interfaith dialogue and also be more inclusive to social harmony? And since we're hearing a lot of news reports about people being overly sentimental about religious issues, how can we do that, or how can we foster a sense of inclusivity in our schools and colleges?
Thank you. That's a good question. You heard my speech, I'm sure. A large part of my speech was precisely on that theme. I think what schools will precisely is highlight those themes that I talked about, from our history, from our culture, from our experience, rather than highlighting stories of division, of conflict, of clashes. That's the first thing. Secondly, that school's own existence, we should try and showcase examples of harmony across cultures. It's always wonderful when we see children of different backgrounds, different religions, different groups actually excelling in things that actually are usually by people of other religions and other groups. So we can see people performing or acting or playing or studying things that are normally associated with communities other than their own. That too sets a very good example. A third thing is the school's own arrangement showcase diversity. If you have children of multiple religions, make sure the student council has all these religions reflected. Make sure that you are putting up a school team and something where of course, ability is important too. But if we choose able people from different backgrounds, so people should grow up getting used to that idea. I went to a school in Bombay, and then a high school in Calcutta, where I was surrounded by children of every conceivable religion. So when I saw them all, and we never thought of each other by our religion, because in those days, I was at my parents was in that nationalist revolution for 8 just after independence, and for them, they had been brought up by heroes like Mahatma Gandhi. not to highlight differences of religion, of caste, and so on. Never did they ever mention the religion of any friend who had come home to play. Never did they mention the caste. I mean, in fact, I didn't even know my own caste until somebody asked me when I was 11 years old and I had to go and get an explanation. That was that nationalist generation. Sadly, it's changed now. Nowadays, people feel they can't avoid being conscious of these things, as you rightly said in your question. But even if you're conscious, will it be something that you are proud of, that you are, that's part of your history, part of your culture, but not something that you use against someone else? One of the things that I was talking about in my speech was about acceptance. What do I mean by acceptance? You know, tolerance is only part of the journey, because tolerance is against the patronizing idea. The tolerance thing is really saying, I have the truth, you are in error, but I will generously indulge you in your right to be wrong. That's what tolerance is. But acceptance is much better. That's what Swami Vivekananda is teaching us. Acceptance is, I believe I have the truth, you believe you have the truth, I will respect your truth, please respect my truth. And that mutual respect for each other has to be displayed daily. As long as we don't try and proclaim and inculcate in our children some notion of superiority over others, then we will all live together in harmony. And that does start at school. And by the way, we haven't talked about religion, we talked about class, we haven't talked about gender. I believe you from a very young age, boys in particular in our societies and many parts of Kerala, perhaps not so bad, but in many other parts of India, there's a lot of patriarchal ideas instilled in children from a very young age. We have to start teaching them from the age of 4 or 5 to respect people of the other gender, because otherwise we will grow up in the country with some of these horrible incidents of sexual violence and so on that we're hearing about. That should never be allowed to happen. It won't happen if people respect each other across the gender divide. So that too is important for schools to teach.
Now, I bring now from Chennai,
I can see the wheels are very much in my nose in this one. Go ahead, man.
I don't mind believing that we have a standing as a global power. How do you think India can help the world to combat climate issues, poverty, and pandemics?
You know, I'm a little reluctant to go ahead with all this global power simply because I think that implies a competition that I don't feel it's healthy for any country to run to. We can't be a superpower as long as there are people in India who are super poor. We have to ensure that we look after and solve our own problems first. But the right and all issues you mentioned without tackling. India first should tackle them at home before we can tackle international. We have not fully solved our poverty problem. We made remarkable strides, but we still have about 5% of our people living in absolute poverty, what's called multi-dimensional poverty. As long as there is even 5% of our country there, we can really reach others. We can help others, certainly, and we do give development assistance to developing countries that are poorer than us, but we must also be priority to tackling our own thing. Similarly, climate change. We ought to be ashamed that 17 of the most polluted cities in the world are in India. 17 of the top 20. That's really disgraceful. So before we preach about climate change to anyone else, let's fix our own problem with polluted air, polluted water, our rivers getting affected. Sustainability has to be more than a mantra. It has to be a program of action for us. And when we do all of that, only then I think can we truly reach to others. But we can certainly contribute to global efforts. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, we must contribute to global efforts. India set an example by helping co-lead the International Solar Alliance to promote solar energy, which is a safe, non-polluting form of generating energy in the world. If we can do that and create more partnerships and develop that, That would be a very valuable contribution. Let us, for God's sake, clean up our own air. I mean, literally, if you are a child growing up in Delhi, where I live, you would miss 5 years of your life guaranteed because of the filmy level of PM22.5 particles in the air. And this is something that government after government is really trying to go to decades. So we have a lot of work to do, everyone. I am very happy about people want us to make sure we first let's deal with our own challenges, and then we certainly make a contribution to the rest of the world, but we're not going to be just a leader without actually having many of our own solutions first.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir. Myself, I'm Kochi. I'm very honored to be here. In my opinion, what's the greatest challenge we are faced into both economic growth and social harmony, and how can we as students be a part of the solution?
There are huge challenges still, so I don't want to underestimate them. There are challenges of adequate investment of capital, there are challenges of the availability of land, of power, of water, for industry. There's a genuine shortage of jobs in our country for every other person who wants a job. There are still difficulties regarding the level of water regulation in our country, regarding the level of corruption in our country. Let's be very honest with ourselves. We have not created yet new ideas. We are doing better in many ways. In many things that are admirable, we can and should applaud some of the economic development ventures that India has accomplished. Certainly today, we are much less poor than we were 20 years ago, 25 years ago. There has been progress. I'm not downplaying that. We need to make more progress before we can provide. These are all areas we need to work on. We need to try and create a better business environment so we can involve investment in more growth. We need to create more job opportunities so every ordinary human can dream of a better future for himself or herself and their children. We need to come off from all of the regulations that have given people the opportunity to profit from the power to produce and thereby to create production. We have to savagely chop corruption, which has really been a blight on our economy and the lives of ordinary people. So all of these things have to be done, and we must be sustainable. The question of the climate, very important. We have to pay attention to that too. So all of those obstacles can be overcome and we will flourish, but those are not small things. I think they will have to take a lot of serious effort over a long period of time. I hope that more generation will go a better government than my hands.
Thank you, sir. Next question, I invite Honorable Hari from Chennai Council, Science to Enterprise. Honorable Hari.
So my question is that private universities in Kerala remain a consistent topic. Given this backdrop, how do you think we can position themselves as partners in the national growth while being aligned with the state's cross-border policies?
Private universities should not be a subject of controversy because the fact is that everywhere in the world, in every other state in India, until now Kerala also, until recently except Kerala, private universities have flourished. Now, ideally, we all prefer public universities because they're less expensive to study in. So, all the students from a humble, middle-class family, whatever, would obviously prefer to get into a government college because the government college defines a fraction of what a private university would charge. But sometimes the students may not feel that the government university offers them what we need in terms of the subjects or the quality of instruction, and we don't have good enough marks to get into say a government medical college, but we have good enough marks to get into a private medical college. So all of these things govern these choices, but the choice must be there. However, what we are trying to achieve through bodies like the University Grants Commission and so on, is that at least the system, both private and public, will be aligned in terms of overall national objectives. The objective is to create educated Indians to create a better India. I think that would have to face a better India, because that's what we're all about. Whether private, whether public, whether individual citizen, wherever you are from, whatever your religion and your whole objective as an Indian is to create a better India. And from my mind, that is something which both private universities and public universities have to be committed to. In some ways, private universities would argue that they are more conscientiously doing a better job because they are about charging money, and if they don't do a good job, people will not come and pay them. So they have to perform. Whereas government colleges, the challenge is sometimes they do not have that same sense of motivation, because teachers come, they get a salary, they do their job and go away, but they are not as subject to market forces as the private colleges are. So that's a different argument that the private colleges make. But because the law of the market requires them to do well, they will actually make more of an effort to perform better and render better service to their students. So you can take it that way too. But certainly I'm not against education. In fact, I would argue the government does not have enough resources to give everyone in the education. So I want the private sector also to be involved in education.
Now let's switch to this for Bhavan Sudhyan and Bhavan Mr. Hari, please. Representation of inclusive development and urban development.
That's exactly what, frankly, every private claims to be committed to. So it's in fact an easy question to answer in that sense, because inclusive development means that no one is left behind. It means that you bring in people who have been excelled in the past, the tribals, for example, who have been beyond the purview of education in the schools, bring schools to them, educate them, give them opportunities, give them scholarships, give them chances. Similarly, for some time now, there were particular groups that were marginalized. Like in Kerala, we're very proud to say everybody has equal access to education. That's true. But there are many states where, for example, we didn't have the benefit of the kind of reformist Muslim leaders you have in Kerala. And so in many Muslim communities in other parts of India, the women were not educated, were forced to drop out of school as soon as they reached puberty. And they had to stay at home. For whatever social reasons, cultural reasons, I'm not arguing. And as a result, they became de facto educationally marginalized. We need to somehow create opportunity. One of the ways in which we are reaching out to people like that is through the availability of online education. So they can stay at home, but also be educated through online courses and so on. The other challenge is people in remote areas. For example, where parts of Arunachal, parts of the Himalayas and elsewhere, there are no schools because you need the business schools. And there are often not enough people living in those areas to justify the expense of building a school. And then some children incredibly walk, this is literally dozens of kilometers every day just to get to the nearest school in the nearest town. But we need to be able to go down these areas, and we need to bring education to those remote areas as well. And that's something too that the government is trying to do. And increasingly, online is going to be the way to go. But we have to get those online connectivities established in those areas is also not very easy. The expense required is one thing that is committed 100% of each. But to my mind, it's an expense worth making. Because the entire obligation of a government is to do what the market will not do. So just as you must provide a service because it is your duty to do it, it is the government's duty to ensure that every Indian citizen, whoever or wherever she or he is and lives, gets the benefits that the government gives to others who are more accessible. That's what I mean by totally inclusive education. The moment you exclude, we are doing this service. The private sector, which is governed by a different market logic, they will not make that effort. And the government should do that. And the government certainly has an obligation to help the marginalized. So I'm concerned whether you're marginalized because of your gender, because of your tribe, because of your caste, there was also a time when Dalits were allowed into schools. So we have affirmative action for Dalits. We are encouraging Dalits to come, we give them support, we give them opportunities, we give them scholarships. That's very important. Similarly, we should offer some other kinds of extra hands, extra helping hands to people from the marginalized for all the reasons. Class, creed, region, language, gender, tribal status, and so on. So all of those things we have to be particularly extra attentive to ensure we cover. Everyone says that's what the government is supposed to do. It's not yet 100% achieved everywhere in our country, and that task is a priority task.
Thank you, sir. Next question is from the last people and
How many more questions you have, sir?
two questions. Yes, sir. If you don't mind, two. What we will do, sir, we will have two more questions, so the conversation will be complete. And we will have disappointed to have questions. We would like to ask some time to stay and this of the Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Indians believe as one of the highest level, but we say that there is nothing science in education globally. In my opinion, it's a common code to be effective in social responsibility. What steps do you suggest for improving education?
See, as it is, our GDP is extremely high, as I mentioned in my speech also. But our per capita income is very good. So in any case, a high GDP is partly the result of a very large number of people. But a low per capita income means that cumulatively we are not as wealthy as the total GDP implies. If we have that GDP with half the people, our per capita income will double, but that's not what the reality is. So let's not be too carried away. GDP is something to be proud of, fine, but it's not the whole answer. It's the well-being of the individual Indian that remains our priority. And therefore, one of the challenges we have to ensure is that economic growth is something whose benefits percolate to all levels. I, for example, have been an advocate of liberalization ever since the early 90s, but I've also been an advocate of social justice. That is that the revenues that accrue to the government from liberalization should be spent on those who are left out, for those who are marginalized. Because the magic of the market will not appeal to those who cannot afford to enter the marketplace. So you need to be able to give them help. And as long as the government acknowledges the responsibility, that even though it promotes economic growth on one hand, we must distribute the fruits of that growth to those who have none. Only then can we achieve social justice. So that's the way forward. We create and promote growth to increase your GDP, but to ensure through the taxes you apply, the revenues you get, and the social welfare programs of the government, that those who are left out, those who are on the margins, those who are on the sidelines, they will be given a leg up, a helping hand. That's the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And the very last question from those questions, please. After this question, I will be calling out the names of all the students who have given questions, even though they didn't make an approach to last year. All the students, I will call out the names, please come forward to stay in the session with the teachers. Very special, please.
Namaste, sir. I'm Rose Ashant. I'm Saraswati Dependent Public School. So my question is, according to you, what is the biggest challenge that India faces today to maintain peace and harmony among its diverse communities?
Well, in many ways, our biggest challenge is the fact that not everybody is equally committed to peace and harmony. The problem is there are elements in our politics, in our society, that believe in promoting themselves through dividing Indians. So attacking Indians on the grounds of their religion, or their caste, or their community, or their gender. Therefore, therefore, all the things we've been talking about the whole evening are essential for us to promote. We need to promote acceptance, mutual respect, the values of harmony, the values of unity. We need to set forward the ideals that we all talked about the whole evening, and to get those ideals into the minds and hearts of everybody in our country. And if we do that, only then, very frankly, can we be in a position to ensure that the kind of things you're worried about, and I'm also worried about, are not allowed to have the upper hand. Let me be very honest. Without politics divides, then our citizens must unite. It is our collective responsibility to work for unity, to work for harmony, to work for making us all together. And I must say our politicians do have a responsibility to promote the factors that unite us all. One challenge in a democracy is that people are competing with each other all the time for votes. And sometimes the basis of what they seek votes on can sometimes be negative. And that is why we must urge the law to respect the vital principle of national unity, which is far more important than which party is coming to power, or which party is winning an election, or which individual is prevailing because of which religion or caste or tribe or whatever. Let them realize ultimately that we're all in this together. In fact, since this is the last question, I'm going to end with a story from our Puranas. It's a wonderful old story, which I think is worth telling. I'll shorten it for you. Because it's a typical story about a sage and his disciples. And in the original story, there are several of those disciples, and you shorten it to two to get the message. A sage asked his disciples, when does the night end? So they say, at dawn, of course. And he says, yes, my son, I know, at dawn, but when does the night end when the day will begin? And the first disciple was from Australia, North Samuel, he says, it's when the first shafts of sunlight glint off the snow and ice on the peaks of the Himalayas, and the light from that is reflected around the sky. That's when the night ends and the dawn begins. So the sage says, no, my son, he tells the other disciple. And he says, I know. He says, because he's from the tropical south, he's from Kerala, so he says, it's when the first streaks of sunlight illuminate the palm fronds of the coconut trees, swaying gently in the breeze above the paddy fields. That is when the night ends and the dawn begins. And the sage says, no, my sons. He tells us when two people from the farthest ends of our land meet as strangers but embrace as brothers. And when they look up and they realize and see the same sky, are illuminated by the same stars and dream the same dreams. When we realize that is where the night ends and the dawn begins. So our country has seen many dark nights in the centuries that have passed. That is so much that your generation in particular is growing up to inherit this country. We need to ensure that we will all see a new dawn. Thank you all very much. But it's not easy. As you know, if you're following the news, a lot of people are very critical of me because of the stand I've taken supporting our armed forces and our government and what happened recently in our country and our borders. But I will stand my ground because I believe this is the right thing for the country. And when I speak of India, I speak for all Indians, not just those who may like my party. And I believe that that's something that should apply to other parties too. I'm not only saying this to my party, I'm saying it to all parties. Cultural differences aside, where the nation is important. Because if there is one, with a very famous line of Hindus, which I'm very fond of quoting, who lives in India dies? And that's a question to which there is no answer. India must come first, then we can go on there.
Now the next question is Ms. Savani and we will go to the next question.
How can India preserve its cultural and linguistic diversity in education while aligning with the global standards for community?
The truth is that global standards were not achieved in just one language. Yes, English is the number one language universally in the sense that it often turned out to be the dominant language in geopolitics, the dominant language of technology, and for most countries, English turns out to be the preferred second language. Whether you're a German or a Chinese, your second language after German or Chinese tends to be English because it's the most useful. So to that degree, we do, I think, need to stick to English education, and we must value English in our country because we have that legacy, and it's easier for us to build on it. Let's say for the Chinese, you have no prior exposure to English, and you have to make much more of an effort to even acquire something as a second language. So we have an advantage we shouldn't throw it away. But at the same time, we are right to be proud of our own languages. And there is absolutely no harm in our languages also being instruments of education. There's a lot of pedagogical theory that says that children learn best in their mother tongue. So if a small child is hearing a language on her mother's lap, when she goes to school, if she's taught in that language, she will learn better and faster. So that's also important. Maybe we could start introducing English as a second language very early on, without undermining the mother tongue. But let's face it, while English is still valuable because, number one, there's so much real knowledge accessible to English that is easily available in all our mother tongues. And secondly, that in an increasingly globalized world, it's a language that more easily connects us to others. As I said, if you are dealing with, once you go up and you have a job in a company, you're dealing with foreign customers or clients, the odds are, you may not know his mother tongue, he certainly will know alone, but you will be able to communicate to each other in English as a common second language. So let's not lose that. But let's at the same time be proud of what we got in our own countries, history, heritage, and civilization, and turn on to that.
Next question is from Aditi Bhana, Similar Mission
Hello, good evening, sir. My name is Aditi. I'm a third-year student of BA from Chennai Vishwavidyapit. So my question is, could you please guide us students on staying informed, engaged, and ethical in a time when misinformation can prevent social harmony?
It's a very, very difficult one to answer my way because misinformation and disinformation are spreading widely and have been enabled by modern technology. The great danger today of some of the technologies that have very recently become widely available, particularly through the means of artificial intelligence, is that you can no longer be sure that you hear a recording of someone's voice that the person actually said those words. Because you can actually easily take their voice off the internet, create a clone of their voice, and then put their own words as a script into their voice in your blog and release it. And then they almost become to that person to prove that what you've done is fake or not. It becomes a real problem. On top of that, social media has no filters, and social media has become increasingly the dominant source of reach of so many people. In the old days, what you saw in the newspaper was something like, well, that's viral, because newspapers used to engage fact checkers and they would double check and what they published was actually correct. Social media, anyone's doing this. So he and I and you can all post things on the net which may not be true. And the problem is, sometimes a falsehood can really go viral before the truth and the correction comes out. There are so many such examples. Like a few years ago, for example, somebody published pictures of victims of a cyclone in Burma as allegedly being victims of violence in the Northeast, which then provoked people to start attacking Northeasterners, created a panic amongst Northeasterners in many Indian cities, and there was a panicky mass exodus. People were leaping on trains and going back home rather than staying in Bombay and Bangalore and Delhi and so on. And by the time people realized what was happening, the police would said, this is not true. This is actually not, this is not happened. This is a photo of a cyclone victim who think a lot of people's lives and they disrupted people, they left their jobs, their homes, they ran back out of fear. And they were being threatened on the basis of this false information. So it's not just that we get false information can affect lives. There are people being murdered because of false stories. So it's very, very, very sad. I wish I had a magic wand to stop it, but there isn't. All of us need to be better informed. All of us need to become jump to conclusions in today's age. We see something. Even I have made the mistake of condoning the death of somebody who had not died. Because there was something in social media saying that she had passed away. And she called me, I'm very much alive. And sincere apologies. It came to you on social media. So don't trust everything automatically. Please check and double check. Know which sources are reliable as part of education. We have to educate ourselves on which sources are reliable and which sources are not. When in doubt, what is a reliable fact check? It can be all news, they can be fact checkers, they can be different organizations whose only job is to clarify when something is false or true. Even when we can be misled. So never take any hasty action without verifying for yourself. I've even read a chilling story recently of a father who paid a ransom thinking his son was in the hands of kidnappers, and the son's voice came to him on the telephone saying, finally, he was doing me, please give 5 lakhs or whatever. Apparently not one that, maybe neither one than that. The father gave the money. So the son walked in very carefully, he had never been kidnapped. It was his voice that they had cloned to his kidnappers. So these are the kinds of technologies available today. Never do anything without being absolutely sure, now checking and being certain for yourself. That's all I can say. I'm sorry that you will simple answer.
Next question is Amana Fatima from Darul High Secondary School. The question and answer the questions also for the religion center because we have question what good students participate. If answer that in shorter, but more students can participate.
Just give me a while and keep the answer short because we don't have a lot of time to my life.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Amana Fatima from the Vocational High Secondary School, first year student. So, it says that the richest wealth of the country is human resource. But in India, it seems that the majority of the youth are migrating to foreign countries for jobs as well as education. And how can we prevent this?
Well, I'm not saying we should prevent it, because I myself studied abroad, I came back to India and built levels. But there's no harm in studying abroad and going outside in order to widen your horizons, see a different world, learn a different subject. Sometimes I know that in our country, some students feel they're good enough to get into the best colleges, but 1 mark, 2 marks will be enough to prevent them getting the kind of opportunities they want in this country, and so they persuade their parents to send them abroad. I'm not against that, provided ultimately they don't lose sight of where their ultimate future lies. And I would like to believe that the vast majority of Indians will feel a sense of a stake in building a better India. I'm not against internationalism. I can't believe because I myself am a public college, but I would like very much that we learn from the world and we bring it back to make our own country better. Better India is my slogan. I want to do that.
Thank you, sir. Next is respect social body from the last social media.
My name is Wilson. I am from Bharat Media Board. My question is, in fact, in this type of view, how can India harness the power of social media to strengthen its own values of peace, human culture, and unity?
We can't harness the power of social media because by definition social media is unharnessable. It is free. I mean, the strength of social media is where it does empower everybody's voice, including the irresponsible voices. So you would like to use social media to promote peace, that's great. But there will be others who want to use social media to promote division, to promote hatred, to promote dislike of others. That also happens. Now, it's very difficult to control anything. I know that our government has tried occasionally to restrict, to get social media companies to take grants and posts and so on. But it's a drop in the bucket. And frankly, the other side of that danger is that government should not be given the power to censor. Because then they will censor not only bad things like infant promoting harm, disharmony, but they also promote censor criticism of themselves. So then our democracy gets undermined. So I'm afraid what we definitely need is to keep social media free, but we need to find other ways in which we can actually ensure that that free social media doesn't contribute to undermining social harmony, our peace, our developments, and so on. For those things, there are of course laws. Our country has laws against hate speech. It has laws against incitement to violence. It has laws against anything that promotes disaffection amongst communities, and we must vigorously and certainly implement those laws, and not just against particular kinds of victims, but against all offenders, so that it doesn't happen to them. You just an example of that. Secondly, the power of the good example is that we should all look for role models who say the right things, who speak up for unity, who speak up for keeping us together, and those are the people we need to actually encourage, to follow, to support. But beyond that, harnessing is not a good thing or a feasible thing for social media. Because by definition, it must be open to anyone to come in and say, not just to those who are selected. The old days, if you want to publish your views on anything, you have to pass through various filters, you have to write to a newspaper, the newspaper editor would see they wanted their solution, the fact checker would check the facts, and the copy editor would check your language, then the editor would decide how many words they would give you, they might cut some of your words, finally something would appear. That kind of process is not there on social media. So we just have to live with the good and the bad in this world. The good is the freedom to express your views and for anyone to speak. The bad is that anyone does speak and sometimes to speak the wrong things. It's linked to the question about disinformation. We just have to ensure that the positives get more attention. Sadly, for example, the algorithm in these companies, they don't have any algorithm that says promote and boost the positive messages, the ones that speak of peace and unity. They only boost the messages that get the most interaction. So if somebody writes a nasty message and people like that nasty message, they keep getting more visibility. There's something wrong with that too, and maybe that's something we should discourage the social media companies from doing. But inflammatory content should be further enhanced through boosting by algorithms. But beyond that, I can't think of any other ways of harnessing that. I'm sorry, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Lisa and Raman from Chennai.
Hello and good evening, sir. My name is Mia Mohammed and I'm from Junior Development Program. My life lesson here is although India is rich in manpower, education and medical facilities, there is still a lot of brain drain going on. And how in your opinion can this be prevented?
So as I said in response to earlier question, that is not as manpower, it's also human power. It's human power. I think the brain drain is a very complex question. I would not want to prevent it because in a free society that I want India to remain, people should be free to go wherever they want to go and they should be free to come back if they want to come back. We have to make India a society that people want to come back to. So there is a rules on us also to create an India that others will want to return to. When we give them opportunities, we don't stifle them. We have already the advantage of the familiar place they're growing up in, their families, their roots, their preferred cuisine, all that is available in India. But if we want to come back, we have to give them the opportunity to make a better life. Then the brain drain will become a brain drain, because many of them will come back having learned things abroad, having acquired experiences abroad, and bring that knowledge to our country. So let's have a brain drain to look forward to.
And I request from Shraddha Academy from Balance Mutual
Good evening, sir. My question to you is, how can schools and colleges promote interfaith dialogue and also be more inclusive to social harmony? And since we're hearing a lot of news reports about people being overly sentimental about religious issues, how can we do that, or how can we foster a sense of inclusivity in our schools and colleges?
Thank you. That's a good question. You heard my speech, I'm sure. A large part of my speech was precisely on that theme. I think what schools will do first is highlight those themes that I talked about from our history, from our culture, from our experience, rather than highlighting stories of division, of conflict, of clashes. That's the first thing. Secondly, our school's own existence, we should try and showcase examples of harmony across cultures. It's always wonderful when you see children of different backgrounds, different religions, different groups actually excelling in things that actually are usually trained by people of other religions and other groups. So we can see people performing or acting or playing or studying things that are normally associated with communities other than their own. That too sets a very good example. A third thing is the school's own arrangement showcase diversity. If you have children of multiple religions, make sure the student council has all these religions reflected. Make sure that you are putting up a school team in something where of course, ability is important too. But if you choose able people from different backgrounds, so people should grow up getting used to that idea. I went to a school in Bombay, and then high school in Calcutta, where I was surrounded by children of every conceivable religion. So when I saw them all, and we never thought of each other by our religion because in those days, I was that my parents was in that nationalist generation that came of age just after independence, and for them, they had been brought up by heroes like Mahatma Gandhi, not to highlight differences of religion, of caste, and so on. Never did they ever mention the religion of any friend who had come home to play. Never did they mention the past. I mean, in fact, I didn't know my own past until somebody asked me when I was 11 years old and had to go and get an explanation. That was that nationalist generation. Sadly, it's changed now. Nowadays, people feel they can't avoid being conscious of these things, as you rightly said in your question. But even if you're conscious, does it mean something that you are proud of, that you are, that's part of your history, part of your culture? But not something that you use against someone else. One of the things that I was talking about in my speech was about acceptance. What do I mean by acceptance? You know, tolerance is only part of the journey, because tolerance is a basic patronizing idea. The tolerance thing is really saying, I have the truth, you are in error, but I will generously indulge you in your right to be wrong. That's what tolerance is. But acceptance is much better. That's what Swami Vivekananda is teaching us. Acceptance says, I believe I have the truth, you believe you have the truth, I will respect your truth, please respect my truth. And that mutual respect for each other has to be displayed daily. As long as we don't try and proclaim and inculcate in our children some notion of superiority over others, then we will live together in harmony. And that does start at school. And by the way, we haven't talked about religion, we talked about class, we haven't talked about gender. I believe too, from a very young age, boys, in particular in our societies and many parts of Kerala, perhaps not so bad, but in many other parts of India, there's a lot of patriarchal ideas instilled in children from a very young age. We have to start teaching them from a grade 4 or 5 to respect people of the other gender, because otherwise we will grow up in a country with some of these horrible incidents of sexual violence and so on that we hear about. That should never be allowed to happen. It won't happen if people respect each other across the gender divide. So that too is important for schools to teach.
Now I bring now from Chennai with
I can see the wheels are very much in minority in this one. Go ahead, man.
I don't mind believing that
Tell you.
we are standing as a global power. How do you think India can help people to combat climate issues, poverty, and pandemics?
I'm a little reluctant to go ahead with all this global power simply because I think that implies a competition that I won't feel it's healthy for any country to run to. We can't be a superpower as long as there are people who are superpower. We have to ensure that we look after and solve our own problems first. But the right and all issues you mentioned without tackling. India first should tackle them at home before we can tackle international. We have not fully solved our poverty problem. We made miraculous strides, but we still have about 5% of our people living in absolute poverty, what's called multi-dimensional poverty. As long as there is even 5% of our country there, we can really reach others. We can help others, certainly, and we do give development assistance to developing countries that are poorer than us, but we must also be priority to tackling our own thing. Similarly, climate change. We ought to be ashamed that 17 of the most polluted cities in the world are in India. 17 of the top 20. That's really disgraceful. So before we preach about climate change, let's fix our own problem with polluted air, polluted water, our rivers getting affected. Sustainability has to be more than a mantra. It has to be a program of action for us. And when we do all of that, only then I think can we truly reach to others. But we can certainly contribute to global efforts. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, we must contribute to global efforts. India set an example by helping co-lead the International Solar Alliance to promote solar energy, which is a safe, non-polluting form of generating energy in the world. If we can do that and create more partnerships and develop that will be a very valuable contribution. Then it's for God's sake, even the whole air. I mean, literally, if you're a child growing up in Delhi, where I live, we will use 5 years ago without guarantee because it will be fully level of PM22.5 particles in the air. And this is something that government after government is going to tackle over decades. So we have a lot of work to do, everyone. I am very, very happy about people want us to make sure we first let's deal with our own challenges. We certainly make a contribution to the rest of the world, but they're not going to be just a leader without actually having done for our own solutions first. Thank you, sir.
you.